music on. Okay, let's check what's going. Okay. Sure that's working. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Okay. One, 2. Still getting good feedback. That might be why. Testing 1, 2. Okay. That's better. All right. Let's see what we can see. Okay. Just crack on with wherever did I get to? I was bringing in those other characters. So I think this guy here's got some work I've got to do on him. I'm sure about this guy. Whoa. I'm sure about this guy's eyes. That's better. Yeah, not sure about his eyes. Looks better. Okay. What's that bit? It's the cape. Not got a normal for that fabric. That's what I need. That's better. Much better. Metallic. Okay. What's wrong with his eyes? Suppose that's all right. Okay. If I can bring that down. Okay. Swap these positions because I've got to work on this guy. Actually, that's probably not the best way to do it. dude. Minus 2.5. Okay. 2.5. Okay. Okay. Let's see if we can fix him up. It's a bit odd. Yeah, okay, so we've got single-sided renderer on that. That's not right. That's why, because it's lit. It should be two-sided. Not that one. Let's look at the base map. Okay. That's better. Okay. Albedo base colour. Okay. And we need metallic in there to get colour. Normal. And occlusion. Very dark. I think it's the wrong shader. I need to switch the shader. This one. That's better. Okay, normal occlusion. That's better. And the metallic. I think we use that mask. There we go. That's better. Okay. Definitely want to switch out his eyes because they look freaky. And this doesn't look right. It goes all the way around, but it disappears because it's a single-sided shader again. So check this out because everything's under source control. So I'm going to check that out and switch this for a double-sided shader. Let's get the materials here. Okay. And switch, or textures rather. Switch this for V2. There we go. And then the materials back on. Base colour. Metallic mask, normal mask, ambient occlusion. There we go. That's better. Sparkly. Okay, so you've got any more like that? Yeah, the shirt's the same. So I'm using the universal render pipeline in Unity, which is for my liking, it's got features that I need for the game. That the high definition render pipeline won't necessarily support at this time, and I don't want to, build everything on the built-in render pipeline when in a year and a half's time when the game is released and it's just defunct. So I'm trying to keep the render pipeline relatively up to date with URP, but it does mean that materials coming in need to be switched to different shaders. So this is obviously one of the characters that came in, and the default conversion has switched them over to the lit shaders, but they're only single-sided, so you get things like this material that only renders on one side. It's got a bit there that's rendered because it folds over, presumably. Looks like it folds over. Yeah, so it renders on the outside, but not the inside. Disappears. So it's a bit annoying. You get a little look for it, but it's for a lot of clothing it doesn't matter. You don't see it, but with stuff that sticks out like this, you definitely notice it. So check that code out, and then I want to grab the material. Make sure I know which one's which coat of arms. Looks like it. Switch that to two-sided. And then I'm going to put back on the material going. Custom. Okay, so that one looks like. Okay, brown or grey. Oh, that one. Okay, normal map. Metallic we use the mask and occlusion. Okay, that looks a bit shiny. Whoa. Very shiny. Not sure about that. Something wrong. Base colour. Albedo. Yeah. Custom albedo. I think he's supposed to be some sort of town mayor or something with gold doodad. And some bit of grey. It looks a bit. It's not quite shiny. But it is double-sided now, which it wasn't before, which is good. Okay. Even those little arm pad things not working. Yeah. Okay. Can't really change that because it's the whole body. Okay. It's annoying. The whole of that body part is one big mesh, which means the colour schemes and the material for everything are part of the same mesh, which means I can't separate out that piece of equipment bound into the mesh. But I can make it double-sided, so let's have a go at that. Let's find that. Body, okay. Switch that to double-sided. And put that back in, base colour, metallic mask, normal, occlusion. There you go, it's better. So at least it renders properly. What is that? Like a little dagger or something. Okay. Not sure what's going on with his pants. Oh yeah, okay. So he's got some rusty armor looking stuff. And that is double-sided because it's rendering here as well. So that's okay. Alright. And the sword is looking okay. Ooh, what's going on there? The camera ran. Okay. There we go. Shiny. Alright, so he's mostly usable now. Should have his head. Whoa. So this is something to be aware of when you're looking at the models, is whether or not they've actually got a mouth inside the render, because obviously you can't be having a speaking part, because you can't open his mouth, there's nothing in there, so it's a bit void. Plus it's not rigged to have that, so here's rigging here. And I doubt whether it will go up, it'll probably move up to his head, and there'll be nothing inside his head. Yeah, see, there you go. So the neck moves, the head moves, but then there's no mouth, so he's not going to have a talking part, which is a shame, because you can't use him as an NPC, you can have dialogue with them, which is a pain in the ass. Unless I model a mouth, or take a mouth from another character, put it in there, and then I need to take this whole model into Blender, hack about with it, and rig up a mouth that actually can work. That might be worth doing once I've got a load of characters that I can actually feel worthy of having a talking part. See what we can do with the eyes. It's got two eyes, that's good. Sometimes they only got one set of two eyes, rather than individual eyes. What I can do here is actually not too bad. Looks like it's got some eyelash things going on. chainmail, purse, sheath. Just do. I'm going to hide the knight face. There it is. Okay. Alright, so these are level of details. So when you're zooming out a long way, it's going to pick an automatic level of detail, which improves the performance. See it more noticeably on the clothes, I guess. Generally, you'll be looking at it up close on LOD 0, level of detail 0. Okay, so let's take his eyes and switch him for the ones that I use, which are from a package called Advanced. And let's check that out. We actually want night face eyes. And if both eyes use the same material, or switch the material on one of them, then it should affect both. That's good. So that's the material. There's the shader. Change the shader to Eye Advanced. I'm going to do URP. This is the built-in pipeline. And this is the universal render pipeline. And we'll grab Eye Advanced textures. Okay, so we've got Sclera. We've got the. Let's put in the colour first. Iris texture. And we have Sclera shadow iris. Normal iris. Normal map. I think it's the pupil. The cornea. Iris mask. And it's not coming up, which is interesting. Okay. Makes me wonder if they're facing the right way. Or the inside out even. Okay, very interesting. Might be the size, I guess. Size. Nope. Doesn't want to render them. It's not rendering them at all. It's odd. Looks weird, doesn't it? Smoothness, parallax. Not getting anything at all on that. Weird. Okay. Well, that screwed it up. See if I can hide the rest of the face to be able to identify what's happening with this face. Where the hell are his eyes? I'm wondering if they're back to front. In terms of where the front of the eye is. That one. It's the one we want. Rotate it around yet. Okay, iris size. Okay, so it's doing something there. Pupil dilation. Very odd. Reflection is working. Specular Sclera size. Okay, Sclera size is working. Maybe a sizing thing. Looks like the scale's completely different to the other eyes and the other models. Very strange. I may end up reverting these back and just redoing it again. So I'm not getting anything here. Yep. Okay. Control Z. Okay. Tackle that another day. It's too much trouble at the moment, and I'm not sure this character's worth it, to tell you the truth. He's sparkly, but he's not very good. Alrighty, next character. Okay. That's not what I want to do. Very trippy. Okay. Alright, let's zoom out a bit. Bring in the next one. Next one. Berserker 2, I think it was. Right, Aaron, I've got Knighthood. We've got zombies in it. We can do the zombies. Okay. Zombie brute. Bring him in. Facing the wrong way, of course. That's -7. Get it right in a minute. There we go. Rotate 180. A dude. I'm sure he's got the right clothing for here. Really don't think he's got the right clothing for the period, but it's a placeholder for the moment. Okay. Symmetric. Not sure if I'm going to end up using these guys. There's not a lot to them. They're rigged. That's interesting. Okay, so his mouth is rigged. So he can even have a talking part. It's thunder out. It's been very hot this afternoon, so we've had a bit of a thunderstorm this evening. Okay. Not sure we're going to use him. What's this two-handed guy? Okay. 9, 0, 9, 7. Rotate him around. Okay, that probably looks a bit more relevant for a medieval game. Okay, the reason he's disappearing at distance is this culling. So I'm going to have to play with that because I want to be able to attack these guys from range. It's not good if you can't see them. Okay, 7, 5, 8. Okay. Looks a bit more reasonable. I'm not sure about clothes. The curtain looks very 19th, 20th century. So they may not work. Good graphics though. Let's see if these are the ones coming cleanly. -0 -7. Take 180. Okay. Over there. Okay. Good bits of glass or something sticking out of it. Looks like the apron. No, it's all part of one. It's all part of the same thing. It's got a handkerchief. What do I need a handkerchief for? Oh, so they make it so you can remove the handkerchief. This is very useful when you want to be able to remove clothing parts that aren't relevant for the period. Anyway, just checking out whether these are in fact usable. Fisherman, I think it was fisherman that looked reasonably okay. Still the clothing's a bit odd. What are we looking at? Probably 12.5. 7. 180. Whoa, it's over there. Okay, that's interesting. Okay. Bring him over there. Come on, guys, you're messing up my line up here. Isometric. Okay. Alrighty. Greybeard, I think Greybeard was one of the good ones. Torch guy. Copy. Paste the values to there. And move it across. So shaders, the hair shaders have obviously gone a bit crazy there. Didn't quite work very well. Bit of a mess. I mean, it's not supposed to be tidy on a zombie, but it's still a bit of a mess. So let's try one of these other shaders. Shader. Opacity boots. Thin it out a bit, it's still very messy. So really not sure if this model is usable in its current state anyway. It's just too much of a mess. Okay. Roughness boost. Boost. Dither. There's a lot of fiddling going on. Okay. Just fiddly. One. Roughness. 2. Boost. Some of these shaders have got more capable features than others. Alright. Really, I'm not sure it's going to work with this guy. I think he's just too messy. Does look a bit of a mess. Alright. Show these guys. I think what we might do is bring the other NPC and forget the zombies at the moment. Just bring the other characters that I do have ready to go. Okay. Alright. Raven's this one. Assassin. Yes, that's the one I think. What's this one? Characters. Raven's this one. Okay, that'll run its course. It's working. Okay, we're nearly there. There we go. Keep watching these warnings. 2 errors. Pretty good sound, yeah. Okay, so they've got the physics bone. Class library being imported a second time. It doesn't like the same library being imported multiple times, which is fine. I can get rid of the one in this folder here. It should solve that problem. We don't need HDRP because we're using URP, so I get rid of that folder. And this little tool here, compiling indicator, I love. It just so much information comes up in it when it's doing its compiles. Tells you which compilations are actually taking longer than others to run through. Yeah, it's very neat having a few add-ons, 2 or 3 add-ons that really make your life a lot easier. Okay, so purple colour here are assertions that are precompiled assemblies. Yeah, okay, so it's the same issue. Multiple copies of the same DLL file. So it's got to be fixed. So those 2 red and those 2 purple should go away with this. And I'll be left with a ton of warnings. There we go. See, the assertions can clear. And the rest of the warnings, that's fine. Okay. So let's go and grab the dude. And I think it's the play variant we want. That's the guy. Okay, there's some scripts that need tidying up, so there's a whole lot of stuff to fix with these guys. So I'll take you through what I do. So first of all, let's get him transformed into the right plane. 187. It's way over there. What's he doing way over there? -7, that's one. -7. And I think we had him at 8. Okay, the dude. Okay, so there's problems with his eyelashes. It looks like the clothing is double-sided. His beard is coming through his mask, but that's normal for some of these things. His hair's coming through, so I need to fix that. And the legs are coming through the pants. Okay, I'm going to do his eyes. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is sort of move him down here. It's currently a prefab, so I'm going to unpack the prefab completely so that it's not a prefab anymore, because I don't want to mess with the original prefab. I just want to build my own variant of this guy. He's going to be playable, so I'm going to make him player male, if I could type properly, assassin character. So as you can see, I'm trying to basically create a male and a female version of each class in the game, and so you can choose your player and choose the class as well, and then it will basically just switch between these different prefabs fundamentally. That's the theory anyway. Alright, let's get rid of this. I can see what's going on. It's better. Looks like he's got a beard. Yes, he has a beard. Okay, so he's got a mask. I've got a shortcut key on the little tilde key here, which basically turns on and off the object here. It's just so much quicker moving around using the WASD keys and then just tapping that to make something disappear and reappear. It's so much quicker, so it's just a shortcut. Alright, those eyelashes are definitely something worrying me there. Okay, I know why. Let's get rid of all these dummy scripts that are on this dude. Where are you? This one here. Don't need that. Don't need that. Beard. Okay. Body separates. So I'm integrating these characters. A lot of these characters here are from Quang Phan, I think is the guy's name. These ones aren't. All these ones here are from Quang Phan, and they're really good quality models, but I am doing work with them to tailor them and customize them. And one of the things I'm doing is to switch out the eyes for a pack that actually has more control over the eyes. And I've got a lot of armor sets to basically try and do blend shapes to map them onto these bodies, so they're going to have completely different equipment on them in the game. And the shaders I'm changing. The original ones come sort of out of the package with HDRP pipeline, high definition render pipeline, but I'm converting everything back to universal render pipeline for what I'm doing. And the process of doing that obviously makes things like this happen, where you can see, I take off those layers of hair, you got this weird thing happening here with this cap, so I'm going to need to fix that. Basically trying to get it to the point where it's actually usable, and then customizing it from there on. But a lot of it's just hacking away. It's like, I guess, chiseling away at the things you don't need to see what's left. So I think let's just have a look at what else he's got there. Hair, head base, P-belt, root, yep, okay, weapons, dagger, throwing knife. Okay, so the weapons are going to be completely different. There's just the ones that come bundled with the characters, but I've actually got hundreds of weapons to put into the game, which will be collectible, and then you equip them, and then the character wields them. So these weapons may become part of that picture, but they may not. So I'm not too worried about the weapons per se. So one of the things I'm doing is to fix up these characters so that they all have a very consistent structure under them, a naming structure. So these two prefabs are the ones that I've been doing the most work with, and I'm integrating this with Blink's RPG Builder product, and that means having the characters in a very set structure with the armatures in a particular place and the meshes in a particular place for the body, and then the armor will be actually armor pieces that you can take on and off. And effectively there's two different just going to turn the music down a bit. There's two different ways that the equipment can go on. One is to additively put them on, so basically just you add a cape on the back, nothing else needs to change. And in some cases you actually need to swap out something else, so that's, I'll call it a swap. So like you put a hat on and you actually want to turn off the hair so that the hair doesn't push through the hat. And the Blink tool actually handles all this if you wire it up correctly. So that means one of the things I do when I bring in these characters is to actually restructure all of the component pieces to look like this, and then I figure out which equipment pieces will actually make sense to be additive, which ones make sense to be swapped, and those will eventually become part of the Blink configuration for when you do a pickup and you pick up a leather jerkin or something like that, and he's going to put it on and then it'll look like this. But I've got to strip it away first to make sure that it's actually able to be done like that. And sometimes you've got like an arm in there and there's nothing else, there's no arm underneath it, so you can't get rid of it basically, so it can be quite limited. So anyway, I'm going to take this dude and go to work on trying to fix it up. Okay, so let's take a look here. Armature parent, and I think move that out of the way. Move that out of the way. No, move that down. Move that across. That's better. All right. I should save regularly too. All right. So the armature parent is effectively the animation rig for animating the character, which starts off with a root, and there it is. So I'm going to put that to the top. I'm going to create an empty parent above that called armature, if I can spell, and then I create an empty parent above that called armature root, armature parent, armature parent, and that should be it. So an interesting thing that I've found on some of the female characters is the hair, because the hair is animated and it has physics on it. Sometimes the hair can actually be a child of one of the armature roots rather than the actual meshes down here, which is a bit strange. So it's all things that have to be fixed up. But one of the reasons I like these models from Quang Phan is the fact that they are fully rigged. So the mouth, for example, has been modelled inside, so you can actually make the character talk. And with this being an RPG, of course, it's going to be player characters and non-player characters that can interact through dialogue with voiceovers. So I want them to be able to actually speak. And I have Salsa lip sync, which will actually do some basic lip sync to the audio voiceover lines, but these characters must have this sort of rigging in order to do that. So part of my assessment of these models is to look at whether they're going to be having a talking part or not, and that's why I like the Quang Phan ones, because they all have that, and they're all set up in the same way, which makes it a lot easier once you're working with them. Alright, so that's the armature root. Sometimes I do a bit of a tidy up here, but for the most part that's all good. And when you're integrating these characters with something like the Malba's horse riding, then you need to do things like you need to hook into where the hands are, because you've got to use these positions of the hands for reins and weapons and those sorts of things. So It's important to know your way around the armature, or at least find the basic parts of it. Alright, so that's the armature parent. Now I'm going to create something called meshes, where all this lot's going to go. So empty parent, meshes. I'm going to create another empty, which will be the armor, and I'm spelling it British way, armor, rather than the American way without the O. Just whenever I see that, I have to fix it. Anyway, so maybe it's always something that's concerned me with games. Worldwide distribution is the localization doesn't still take into account the difference between English and American English, and it just bothers me sometimes that I see armor written with no U. I don't know, maybe I'm just being crazy. But I'll probably do some localization for this as well. Right, so the trick now is to figure out which ones are going to go into the armor. Well, certainly the weapons are part of the equipable armor sets. The belt, I would say, is as well. Head base, no, that's definitely part of his body. The beard is part of his body. Body separates, I'm not sure of yet. Gloves, hair is part of that. Hair, hood, and that would be up there somewhere. Boots is definitely there. Gloves, beard. Okay, so body separates, I think that's clothing for the most part. Clothing. Alright. So let's figure out what we got. Okay, hair. He's got hair out. Okay, so he's got grey hair as well. Bearded. Hair in. Okay, so that's the underlying hair. Okay. Beard. Clothing. Mask. Okay. Body separates. Underwear. Okay, so generally put the underwear as part of the base mesh, just to, if they're in a nude situation where everything's unequipped, all the equipment and clothing is unequipped, you still have a base character that's got some clothing on and not some missing body parts. So it's important. Feet, I think they are the actual feet without shoes. Hands, it's hard to tell. Hard to tell because the gloves don't have fingertips by the look of it. Oh, there we go. Hands. Where's the hands gone? Okay, he's got fingertips. Yeah, okay. Alright, so it looks like. Yeah, so there's the hand. So the hands go up into there, and they'll get swapped out for gloves. So when he equips them, you're effectively turning off the hand there, and you're turning on the glove with the fingers poking out. So you haven't got two sets of overlapping meshes, but basically present some of the same textures. So it just saves on rendering. Okay, so that's that. What else we got? Let's just hide a few of these things. See what we got. So we got that. Okay, he's got a lot of bags and straps and stuff. Okay. That. Okay, so the whole body's gone. Top body, that's probably why. Top body C. Okay, throwing knife, we don't need the throwing knife, we don't need that. Throwing knife right. Weapons, P belt. We don't need them at the moment. Okay. Top body, bottom body. Bottom body, that's probably underwear. That's the legs by the look of it. Okay, let's rename that to be what it actually is, legs. Which should put it in there. Ooh, don't want to do that. body separates top body. See, so that's annoying because it means that his undressed mode is to actually wear a leather shirt, because he's not got a top. That's his neck. That's neck only. The mask. Okay, cloak, pants, shirt. Okay, so basically he's not got an upper body. So I'm missing something. Oh, there you go. There it is. Top body. That's good. At least it's consistent with the other models. Neck, top body, underwear, legs. Kind of go top to bottom. Head, beard, neck, top body. Just upper body. Underwear. Okay. Legs, feet. Okay. So that's kind of the base mesh, unequipped state. So let's name them in a consistent way with these other models. And the hairstyles are actually done in a customization folder, which is pretty neat too. So alright, so head base. Yeah, let's call that the same. I'm a bit of a perfectionist if you can't tell. So I like to have them very consistent, although some of them have got spaces in, some of them have got underscores. Okay, neck, skin, hair for hood. Yep. So the hair is actually going to go into a separate folder called customization. Customization. Hair goes in there. Hair goes in there. Okay. And feet above that. Lower body. And hands. So we put the hands into its own parent. Okay, so we want to turn on and off both hands. Upper body. And the beard. So the beard might actually be customization, I think. Would make a lot of sense. Okay. Feet. Yep. Okay, head base. Let's have a look in here. Head. The head should be at the top. Okay. Alright, head base. Eyebrow. That should be eyebrows. Eyebrows. Eyelashes. Eyes here. Teeth, which is the mouth. Okay. Eyelids. Yeah. That's fine. Okay. I'll come back to all that stuff. So I'm sort of just going through renaming stuff so it's at least consistent from one model to the next, and it will work with the Blink RPG builder, with this armature being separated and having the base body mesh on its own. And then as the dude collects stuff, some of these items will add to, like the cloak can be added over the top of other clothing, and other pieces will actually replace the undressed parts of the legs. You don't need to render the legs if you're going to be wearing pants over the top, so that swaps those out. So part of what I'm doing with this renaming is actually to put them in folders that will allow me to add on the armor pieces either in an add-on or a swap configuration through the code. So alright, so let's turn this stuff on. See the dude. So at the moment it's still rendering the clothes underneath, so they poke through, so you can see that kind of there. And that's where that's a swap situation. You actually want to swap the legs out, get rid of the lower body and hide them, and there's obviously some other parts there as well. Probably there we go. So there's a few situations there where the legs are showing through, and they've all got to be named in a way that can easily be identified through code, so it can just turn on and off the right meshes, and that way you don't get anything poking through. And we've got to get rid of this sort of situation where the shirt's popping through. Actually, that's underwear, so that shouldn't even be on the outside. So that's got to be turned off when he puts on other pieces of equipment, and the legs are going to be turned off. Ooh, that's not right. Sorry about that. There we go. Okay, and the hands are still being rendered, and the feet are still being rendered, and they don't need to be. There we go. That looks better. The rest of it looks pretty much okay. The arms, upper body. So the upper body doesn't need to be rendered. The neck generally doesn't need to be rendered because there's already part of the mesh there anyway. So it's really the head, and then if he's wearing the hood, then you turn off the hair, and he just has the hair under the hood, so you can still see he's got some hair there within the hood, but it doesn't poke through, which is what you need. But if you take the hood off, you can see what's really happening. So it's really, if you don't want buggy stuff happening, you've got to test all these configurations of having equipment on and off, which is why it's really important to name them in a way that you can visually see in the hierarchy. Hair for hood is fine for the moment, but yeah, I'll probably be renaming some of these. I really don't like the fact the beard's sticking out of the mask. That looks nasty. Anyway, okay, so let's. So I think we've done the base meshes here. I'm just going to turn them back on. Save, and throwing knife, belt. Okay, belt, gloves, body separates, armor, clothing. Okay. So the important thing now is to sort of create some slots for these things. So I'm going to create a standard set that I want to use. So head slot. And again, going from the top of the body down. If I don't end up putting anything in there, that's fine. Back add-ons, which would be a cape or something like that. Neck add-ons. Shoulder add-ons. So probably not for this character, but some of the characters have got shoulder armor, which can obviously go over the top of the clothing, so that's why it's an add-on rather than a swap. Now the chest swap is important because that's the main form of clothing. Chest swaps. And chest add-ons, which would be like plate armor that goes over the top of that. Chest add-ons. Add-ons. Hand swaps. Okay, which would be gloves. So you don't want to render the hands underneath the gloves. And these particular gloves have got their own fingertips on them as well. So just got to test it out basically and see if swapping these ones on and off actually makes sense from just in the editor before it goes anywhere near the game, anywhere near putting it into RPG Builder. Okay. Hand swaps. Okay, so then we've got the waist add-ons, which is generally for belts and bags and stuff. What are we calling this one? Waist add-ons. Waist add-ons. So yeah, it's a labour of love, this thing. Leg swaps. Leg swaps. Feet swaps. I don't like putting it there. Feet swaps. Which would be for boots and things. And then we have the weapons, which go at the bottom. Cool. Alright, so now it's just a question of putting these items into the correct slots, whether they're add-ons or swaps, which we'll figure out by turning on and off the meshes and seeing what happens. So, it's a little bit laborious, but we know certain things are going to happen a certain way. This body separates isn't really needed, but I do need to figure out what this bottom body thing is. So, what I might do is just turn off all of this lot. Okay, so the bottom body is the skin. So that's skin, so that's lower body. So it's actually a body part that needs to go up into here. So we've got 2 lower bodies. What's the difference between those two then? Okay, one includes the waist and one doesn't. So that's lower body, legs. That's just going to be legs. Legs. And that'll be lower body with the underwear on. Okay, so we should be able to hide the armor, hide the feet. Yep, okay. The legs, just the legs. Hands, upper body, neck. Okay, legs. Okay. Right. We're back on. Body separates, that's now an empty. There's nothing in it, so I can get rid of that. Okay, gloves are definitely hand swaps. So that should be pretty straightforward to put them on. And you can kind of see here that I can turn off the hands. Right hand, glove, right hand. So let's put gloves. Let's call it gloves. Leather. Gloves, leather. Leather, left. Gloves. Fingers left. Right. I don't know, maybe in the game if you pick up an item and it's a right glove rather than a left glove. I mean, in theory you could do a Michael Jackson thing and put one glove on and equip them separately, individually, rather than a pair. I don't know, it might be an interesting aspect to the game to have, you know, you find this glove and it's, or you find a, you know, a shoulder piece, shoulder armor, but it's only one side, so you can only put it on that side. I think that's worth sort of looking at. It's not always pairs that these things come in. Okay, so that should be left hand. Create an empty parent. Left hand. We'll be right back. Sorry, folks. All right, let's create the parent. Right hand, left hand. All right, now to test this out, so there's a hand swaps. So looking at the right hand, so we should be able to turn off the right hand on. And we would take that, we would unhook that and put that on in its place, and that becomes a whole piece, so that we can't separate out those pieces. There's no point in doing so it's like a forearm and fingers, just the fingers on the end. I suppose it's so if you did that, but then you're actually rendering the mesh of a hand underneath the glove, which you'll never see. So that's why they've done it that way. Anyway, so that one's fine. That is a hand swap. If we go to the other one, let's just check that that one works too. So turn that off, turn that off. Okay, so we've got the base hand, and then when he equips the left glove, that's what it looks like. And that's fine. They could almost be merged, but anyway, it is what it is. Like I say, I'm going to add different armor as well, so there'll be other things that you can put on top of this, but I need to make sure the blend shapes actually do go over the material properly and you don't get things popping through. Okay, so that's that one done. I'll turn that back on for the time being. Alright, what else we got? Weapons, clothing, cloak. Alright, so there's quite a few here to do. So the cloak, let's switch to that position. So the mask is a face head slot piece. Okay, so that can go on there, that's fine. And cloak, pant, shirt. Okay, so that is, the shirt is a chest swap. So we would take the upper body and we turn the upper body off to put the shirt on, which replaces the arms all the way down to the wrist. So if you take the gloves off, you have that, but then we've got a bit of a problem there. Something happening there. Why is that happening? Yeah, that's a pain. So if he doesn't wear the gloves, you got skin popping through the mesh. That's something I'm going to have to fix. Okay. It's just a question of testing all these combinations and trying to figure out where the problems might arise. A little bit happening there as well. And on the arm. Yeah, crap. Okay. Oh, I know why the arm's coming through. It's because the upper body's still turned on. Alright. And of course, if you haven't got gloves, but you've got the leather shirt thing, then that's going to be a problem. Damn it. Okay. Alright. And then put the hand swaps on, turn the hands off, then it's not a problem. Okay. Alright, so chest, yep, okay, so that's good. It's interesting though, if you turn that on and you still have the shorts on, the underwear on, so they're really shorts on there. Underwear, shorts. They need to be turned off. That should be independent. So if he wears it like that, then the shirt's a problem. So these layers are not brilliant. Anyway, getting ahead of myself here. So put the pants back on. Pants, let's put leather pants. Leather pants. So they'll be under leg swaps. Okay. Which would turn off that one. Okay. And the legs. And then we've still got some legs somewhere else for some reason. Don't know why. Lower body. Aha. Okay. So we turn off the lower body as well. And then that's right. Okay. Need separate. Oh, they are. Good. I might want to break those meshes into 3 different objects so they can be individually removed. It's a bit strange that you have all three and then you don't have any. It should be individually done. Okay. That actually suggests that they're actually weapons. Because they can be unequipped, which means he hasn't got any. Okay, and then he's got a grappling hook. Anchor, it's actually a grappling hook. Grappling hook. Which I might argue is it's an equipable as opposed to a wearable. But maybe it's just for display. Looks a bit like an anchor, but it's actually a grappling hook. Okay, alright, let's go back here. Leather pants, leg swaps. Okay, feet swaps. And what have we got here? The boots. Boots are easy. Feet swaps. So the interesting thing there is on a lot of the other Quang Phan models, the knee pads and things like that are actually separate. Here they're the same. They're all part of the same mesh. So basically, you get the boot, you're going to get all of it. Which is one of the reasons I sort of want to add my own armour to this, to be able to add individual pieces. But I need to make sure they can be rendered over the top of the existing clothing, which means potentially these boots aren't going to work either with these knee pad things on there. Anyway, it's a problem for another day. Okay, so the cloak is this thing, which is, I would say, back add-on. Okay. Yep. Cool. And we don't need the clothing, that's an empty container now. Weapons can be equipped and unequipped. So it looks like he's got another dagger thing and the throwing knife. Yeah, so he's got that thrown. So there's the individual one. So it does mean I could use that and put 3 individual ones there, because he's given me the model of the individual throwing knife. It's good. Alright. Leg swaps. There's obviously nothing on the waist, but there should be, because there should be belts. So that's fine. The arms don't have anything. Shirt, the neck and the shoulders. He doesn't have any equipment on there. Hands. Okay, so the belt, and there's quite a few components to this belt. Grappling hook. Let's put that on a waist add-on. Okay. Belt up, belt down. Let's say that's lower. Let's do belt, lower, belt, upper. Okay, and that's an empty container. I'll get rid of that one. Okay. So the waist can be turned on and off. They can be added individually, which means that these items can be found. And it does mean that those knives, I'm going to need to have a think about how that looks when it's equipped. If you've got throwing knives but you don't have a belt, what the hell do you do with it? I have to think about that. Okay, so that's the throwing knife. Let's do, I don't know, R, let's put a single. I suppose it is ammunition, isn't it? And then dagger. That's a big dagger. There's a big dagger. It's like a curved sword to me. Curved. Saber? Is it a saber? I like giving things the proper names that I find for them. Let's see if we can. Okay. falchion, is that what it's called? Medieval falchion. No, it's not a falchion. Medieval sword types. Sword curved. This is a bit of a made up one as well. I may not end up using it even, but it's nice to be able to give it a reasonable name. I don't think it's a dagger. I think it's way too big to be a dagger. Here we go. Curved blade sets. What is this? No. Doesn't look like any of those. Maybe this one. Islamic. Patia. Century. South Indian flamboyant. Copis. That's a copis because of the handle. It's got the same sort of S-shaped blade. Okay, K-O-P-I-S, forward curved. Okay, that's what it is. Okay, so copis. So let's do sword so I can determine the type of thing it is. Copis. I always find it surprising when you Google this stuff and you actually find out what the real name of something is, like all the armor pieces. It's quite nice to be able to know what they're actually called and what the differences are. Anyway, alright, so I may not end up using it, but it's at least a model that I can equip and unequip whenever I need to. Alright, so let's just do a quick test of equipping and unequipping all this stuff. So in theory, all the weapons can be unequipped. Feet swaps, leg swaps, yada yada yada. Right, okay, so let's turn him on. Right, so you got the dude, and he picks up the mask, and it goes on. And the beard is poking through, but nothing we can do about that. Why is the beard poking through? It is actually poking through the mask. So it's actually I'm going to need to figure out a way in which I can turn off the beard when the mask is worn. Yeah. So if you've got male and female characters, then you're going to have to figure out a way in which to separate out body parts that aren't going to be there for both genders and treat them separately. So I'm going to have to do that with the beard, I think. Anyway, let's do face swap. Is it face swap? Head swap. It's not head swap. Face mask swap. Beard swap. Let's figure that out later. Leave that for another day when I come to wire it up to I need to look at that. It looks ugly. Ugly as hell. So I should be turning that off. Okay, beard. So it's going to have to turn off this mesh when that mesh is activated. Like that. Which it will do immediately, but I've got to wire it up so that RPG Builder knows that this slot deactivates when this slot activates. So it's a swap, I would say. Head swap. Beard. Let's put beard there so that I know that it's that bit that's going to turn off. Okay. That's if you choose to play the character with a beard. Alright. That's the first problem solved. Alright, so then you got the back. So that's a cape. You can equip a cape. Neck, we don't have anything. Shoulders, we don't have anything. Chest swaps is where we're swapping the upper body for a shirt, which looks okay apart from here and here. And of course you can't take off the underwear because he'd be nude, so you can't do that. So I'm going to need, that's another problem for another day, is to figure out what to do with this mesh poking through here and here. If you find a shirt and put a shirt on but don't find the pants, then where the hell, that's going to look messy. Anyway, chest add-ons, there's no chest add-ons, there's no plate or armour going over the top of this at the moment. There's no arm pads or anything like that. So and then we've got the gloves, which are hand swaps, so we would turn off the hands and turn on the hand swaps, and then that looks fine. There's no problem with the mesh poking through. And then we've got leg swaps, so we would turn off the lower body and the shorts and the legs and put the leg swaps on, which then looks fine. And then we've got feet, turn the feet off, feet swaps go on to get boots. Again, I'm not sure about the name of them. They're leather boots, but they've got like plate sections. A little bit like that, sabatons or something. Anyway, okay. Alright, and then you've got the waist, which is all add-ons. So we can turn on the upper belt, which is obviously for equipping the weapons, and then also the lower belt, which has a grappling hook, and that all seems to work. Oh, and when the okay, so the hood, the back add-ons. Okay, so that's actually not an back add-on, that's a back swap, because we're swapping out his hair. That's me. So we're swapping, turning off that hairstyle, and we're leaving the hair under the hood. So I think that should be called hair. Actually, why does that even need to be? Doesn't need to be in a container. Okay, hair. Ooh, hair under hood, beard. Okay, turn that back off. Okay. Oh, that was his teeth. Okay. So, hair out. Okay, hair outside. Hair inside. Hair zero, that's like a base. Side, outside. Hair. Okay. And then we left the hair under the hood, or he can be bald. Okay, so there's something wrong with the hair cap. Ooh. Definitely something wrong with this hair cap. Turn that off. Outside, hair inside. Okay. I think I found this before. So what appears to be happening is it's actually picking up materials from a different model, which it's not designed for. So up here it's got materials MI. Maybe that's right. Raven's S1 Assassin. Yeah, no, that is right. Yeah, it's white. White out. Hair base. Definitely a problem there. We had this problem yesterday with another model. I wonder why that's doing that. Noise texture, hair alpha. Okay, hair shader URP, let's switch it for a different shader. Okay, maybe that's what it's supposed to be doing. That looks a little bit more deliberate, even if it does look ugly. Do the boost. Bearing in mind this is supposed to be a cap of hair underneath all the other layers of hair, so that when you're looking at it all, you're not seeing the scalp, you're seeing that sort of base set which come out of here. I think that's the idea of it. It's more ugly on this side, so whatever's happening here. Base. Okay. So maybe we'll just adjust it from here. It's very finicky. Is there a hair shader 3? Yes, there is. Does it make any difference? Opacity. Okay, so it's like a transparency mask. To tell you the truth, it may not even need it. If I turn it off, it's hardly noticeable with this hair. Sometimes it's noticeable on some characters, but he's got so many layers of hair on it anyway, I kind of don't really need it. And then if he's got it under the hood, then you don't see it anyway, because you're only looking in the front, if you're looking there at all, which looks fine. So maybe I'm just fussing about it when I don't need to. Hair base. Just going to make a note for myself here. Fix. So when I come to that, it doesn't look too bad by itself. No, it does. Alpha, hair alpha. Just missing all these other textures, which is worrying. Alright, hair. Detail, dye mask. ID. Did that do something? Normal. Hair root. It's looking more natural, but it's still something's going wrong with it. Ambient occlusion. That one there. It's normal ID. Hair base colour is missing. Flow. Yeah, it definitely isn't right. Hair detail. Oh, base colour. There we go. Why is that brown? Still doesn't look right. It does not look right. It's really bothering me that that says that looks very deliberate, but it should mask, like it should be masking the black. I think that's deliberate to have that thing there, but I'm just not sure about this bit. So that's obviously masking. 0.01 to the boost, okay. Alright, let's turn that on. See, that looks ugly. It's not right. Something's not right with that. Not right at all. It's definitely... I know, I see what I've done. I'm using the textures for the female knight. That's why. Okay, so the material for this dude is MI, and I should be using the textures for this dude. That's why I'm using the wrong bloody textures. Where are we? Text materials, textures, characters, bodies, hairs. Right, that's what I should be using. Okay, so I should be able to turn that off and that off. Get this guy. Right, let's try that again. Hair base color. Dye mask. ID. Hair root. Dye mask BC alpha. Okay. Still looks a mess. Ambient occlusion. Eyelashes. There's no normal, which is interesting. Let's delete the normal. Ambient occlusion. I don't think I've got one of them. So ID, alpha, dye mask, base color, root, texture noise. Okay, let's switch the shader now to one of these other ones. So that was the problem. That was what we originally had. It just looks a mess. Really messy. So that obviously doesn't design to work with that shader. Hair shader version 3, yeah. Definitely looks like a hair shader issue. It's bothering me because it looks crap. You know what? I'm going to turn it off because I actually don't think you need it. Because his hair's so full anyway. Even if you just do that bit, it still looks reasonable. It's got more hair than I've got. Okay, so if he has hair outside and not inside, then that's a problem. That's definitely a problem. Okay, but that one's I'm going to rename that. Do not use. Fix. Do not use. Do not use. Okay. Alright. I'm reasonably happy with that, apart from the colours, but I'll fix the colours later. Okay, the eyelashes are a problem. They are most likely using the wrong... Yeah, they are. They're actually attached to the female knight's lashes, and their orientation's wrong. They're actually going this way and they should be coming out. So rather than mess with switching the textures, because what that will do is it will switch the textures here on the female body eyelashes, which will then mess with the female knight, which is this one. And what that would do is it would mess with her eyelashes, because it's her eyelashes that all these things were attached to, all these textures. So I certainly don't want to mess with the textures. What I want to do is I want to swap the material. So where it's FK, it should not be FK. It should be materials, characters, eyes, no, hairs, eyelash, eye slash, that should be eyelashes, eyelashes, that's what it should be. There we go, that's marginally improved already. Alright, so if we take that, turn that on and off, and then we've got this eye tier thing, which I've been disabling. Eyelashes, that doesn't look too bad actually on a male. Not too bad. The alignment's a bit off. Yeah, there's some clipping going on, so the skin's actually poking through where the... But it's not too bad. I mean, look how close we are. But if you were doing an up-close character talking to the camera or talking to an NPC or something, that as things are animating, that skin popping out is going to flash because you've got the two textures or two materials competing, and it looks crap. So I'll probably want to fix that at some point. But it's not too bad. It's certainly better than it was. And the eye tier thing seems to be like just a darkening, which looks really messy. Again, it's FK, so that tells me that it's picked up the materials from the wrong character. Should be this one. Which actually are on eyes there. Eye tier. That's better. Much better. Much better. Right. So I probably don't even need to do anything with that. Okay, turn back on the eyelashes. Okay. Not too bad. Not too shabby. Okay, so he's got FK's eyes, which is no good. He should have his own eyes. Which are there. And that's the base ones that come with it. So you can see with the base ones, they're not bad. They're actually not. They're not too bad, those eyes. But the pack that I'm using, Eye Advanced, actually has a whole lot more features allowing you to customize the look of the eyes. So it's called Eye Advanced. And these ones are really nice. So I'm going to take that material and that shader and switch that shader for Eye Advanced. That one there. And of course it's gone white because it hasn't got any textures associated with it. But now I'm going to go back in here. Whoop, get that, pin that. It seems to have retained the sclera, which is the red bit around the outside of the eye. I just need to re-link up with these other ones. So, FK, it's not FK, it's Eye Advanced Textures. There we go. So let's start with iris. There we go. So he's got some colour there. It's too big, so iris size, let's make that. Whoa. Pupil distortion. Okay. So it's no, we need an iris mask. I think it's that one there. And we need a normal. Hang on, I've got to get these right. There's quite a few. Iris texture, that's that one there. Sclera texture, that one there. Iris normal map. And iris pupil. Sclera normal map. Iris map. And we've still got too much of that colour coming through, which is a bit odd. Iris pupil size. What have I done? I've missed something there. So, whoa, that's weird. I've definitely screwed something up here. Smoothness specular. Limbal Ring. What am I missing here somewhere? Ah, the diff. Sclera diff. There we go. It's interesting, I actually had the wrong texture on it. Okay. Alright. So it's pretty bright, and if you turn down the lighting in the environment, sometimes their eyes glow, so you've got to kind of get the balance between how much lighting happens on the eyes and how much happens on the rest of them. Alright, so let's bring that in a bit and tune this a little bit. So I'm going to figure out which of these I'd like. I reckon blue eyes. That looks pretty cool. Sort of funky looking. Different from one eye to the other, which is nice to make it a little bit interesting. The pupil dilates, and this particular package will dilate the pupils if they go into bright light, so that's something. Iris size, whoa. 2, no. I can probably. Parallax, we're going to play with that in a minute. Sclera. Okay, so normally you have a little bit of Sclera just at the sides to make it realistic. Okay. Limbal Ring is like a shading that goes around the outside of the lens. Sometimes you don't really see it. There's a bit of that going on there. Specular. Not much happening on specular. Smoothness. Sorry about that. 1.5. Reflections. Okay. Okay, there's the Limbal Ring's going a bit strange there. It does suggest I've actually got the wrong maps on here. Shade. Sclera. Normal Sclera. Normal iris. Normal iris. Pupil. Cornea. Pupil. Iris mask. Ah, that might be why. There we go. That's better. It should be that one. So now pupil dilation. Iris size. Actually, maybe that didn't right. Maybe I did have that right to start with. That's normal. No. Maybe that was right. Are we getting this black coming through there? So it's doing shadow where it shouldn't be. I may end up renaming these to make them a bit more matched to these names, because some of the names don't match. Like there's 3 normals and a mask for a normal, but do they line up with these ones? I'm not sure. Trial and error. Okay, smoothness reflection. Looks like more of a shadow thing. Limbal Ring. Okay. And this parallax effect is quite funky. Quite funky. That's telling me that it's not really applying it properly, which I think is this iris mask. Cat. There we go. That's how it should be. Oop, not that one. Parallax. That's what it should be doing, is having a parallax effect on the lens. Okay. And then pupil size. Nighttime. Daytime. Nighttime. Daytime. It's daytime, so let's do that 0.5. Okay. So it's looking better, I think. Better, it's not there yet. The hair needs work. It's a whole science in itself as to how to get the hair looking reasonable. But it does have dye on it, which means the dye can be changed. The colouring can be changed. But I quite like the fact that he's an old guy, or grey. So anyway, let's put that back on. Turn off hair. So I'll leave that one unequipped. And that means that we're not going to have a problem with that. So that's good. And these are all turned off because he's of course already got other stuff equipped. And mask, which means the beard comes off. Oop, the beard comes off. Okay, so he looks kind of ready to go. At least ready for the next level of integration with the other packages. So a few of the packages I'm integrating is the Malba's horse riding system, which I think you can see on. Oh, actually, it's not on this. It's not on this one. It's on the other one I've got. The Malba's horse riding system is brilliant. So it's got quite a few components that get added to the character and wired up so that the weapons and horse riding, and when you hold the reins and things, the character rig will actually attach the hands to the reins in the right place. So I've got to do that for each one of these characters. And then there's a blink character set of controls as well that get added to these characters so that they can integrate with the Blink RPG builder. So we'll do that. And then I've got Invector, which will be doing some of the character control movement, which allows you to do swimming and crawling, and there's a few packs that I've got that allow you to actually have some very nice control over the character in both first person and third person mode. And then I need to hook that up with Rewired, which is the input controls for, the Xbox and PS4 controls, mouse, VR, a whole lot of stuff that will actually basically be the user input from the player to then talk to Invector, which will then talk to these characters and the animation controllers on them and so forth. So this is just really the sort of base meshes at the moment, what they look like, but apart from the rigging, there's not a whole lot more in these characters. This one has plenty more. So, I haven't removed those scripts from that one. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. So this character here, you can see, actually has the third-person controller script that came with it. I'm probably not going to use that. I have attached Salsa, which is a audio processing and lip sync application, and I've wired that up to actually animate his face. So if we go to this dude, was the one I was working on. So he will actually do a lip sync to a piece of audio. Let's see if I can play the audio. Where are you? Audio source. This one here. I don't know if you can hear that. For the Order, which I think is quite suitable for his sort of Crusader type character. Anyway, so yeah, I've got the lip sync software there, which gets wired up to the characters and wired up to the mouth animation to be able to move the jaw and the mouth into different blend shapes to be able to approximate the movement of the mouth to the audio as it comes in. So it processes in real time the audio that's coming in from whichever voiceover line is being played, and then it figures out how to shape the mouth and then does the animation on the fly, which is pretty clever stuff. And it's very approximated, but it is quite effective when tuned right for that character. But it does mean that each character's got to have that hooked up. It's not drag and drop. There's a fair bit of tweaking and testing with different vocal lines, and so it's a bit involved. But I'm quite impressed with it so far. So that's what that Salsa stuff, all this Salsa stuff here. Eyes does animation for eyes, so it looks around. I've actually got another pack that I'm going to be using, which is realistic eyes, which actually makes the eyes do this saccade thing, which saccades are basically where your eyes dart from one location to another. It's not a smooth movement, it's kind of a jaggedy jump, and it simulates that very well. And so whilst we're using the eye advanced eye renders to make them what they look like, in terms of the animation, it will be the realistic eyes pack, and that'll override the eyes that are part of Salsa. We probably won't use this bit will be turned off. But of course, when the character is talking to the player as an NPC, or if the player is talking to an NPC, then you can do things like set the target so that the player talks directly to the NPC and looks at them when they're talking to them. So some pretty clever stuff there, lots of testing involved, but basically in terms of realism, it's about as limited as you make it. If you want to leave it basic, then it's going to look a bit clunky, but if you do a bit of work on it, then it can be quite powerful. I've just noticed something actually. So his shirt, his shirt is poking through. Sorry, his skin is. Yeah, okay, there we go. Should be turned off. There we go. Yeah, so that's all the Salsa stuff up to there, and those third-person controllers will actually come off. They'll be replaced by Invector and by Malba's character control aspects. There's quite a few scripts that get added, so by the time a player character is finished, there's 20, 30 odd scripts attached to this. And then we're literally just switching in and out the prefabs to have a male or a female, whatever it is, whichever character type it is, which will be one of these that the player can play as. If I show you the female knight character, then these are if I jump to female character, it's my favourite one. This one actually has the Blink RPG builder scripts attached to it. So you can see there's player animators associated with it. There's a character controller, player appearance. This is the script that actually does the switching for the armor pieces. So this one's been configured. So if you're looking to build an RPG and you want to be able to equip 3D objects onto a 3D character, RPG Builder's got that in there. And yeah, literally you configure these elements, and I actually went through and created all these with meaningful names and put them in the right places. So these are the armor pieces that can be equipped, and RPG Builder knows about them, and when you equip them, then it is going to hide a body part that was underneath it. So you put on a helmet and it's going to hide the hair that was underneath that. And of course, they've got to be. That package has got to know which meshes to turn on and off. So that's why I spent probably the first half of this this stream just fixing up that character that we're working on to actually set up all these slots. So these are body parts that get shown and hidden, and these are armor renderers. So you've got gloves and cape, and you've got to sort of concern yourself with, do I have two gloves? Are they separate? Or do you always find a pair of gloves, or can you find a single glove? All that sort of stuff you've got to worry about. And typically boots are a pair. But yeah, it's quite involved. But once it's set up, it works really, really well. And it's going to hide body parts. So that's part of RPG Builder by Blink. It's a great package. And then it's got sockets here for the weapons. You can see they've been hooked up to the weapon transforms, which are in the middle of the hands, in the palm of the hand, and there's various things that need to be wired up between RPG Builder components that you add to the character and the actual mesh, which is why you need to sort of be very familiar with this armature to figure out where things are on the armature. And in particular the hands, and things like if you're horse riding, then where do the feet go? Do they go into the stirrups, or do they kind of hover outside of the stirrups, or they, all those sorts of things. So that's kind of a bit of an overview of RPG Builder's components here. Interestingly, the characters that I've got from Quang Phan, which are predominantly these ones here, minus the horse, they actually have this physic bone code as well, which makes the breasts bounce, which as I understand it, that actually can be a problem if you're trying to release them on, I can't remember if it's Xbox or PS4, but they actually block you. Could be Nintendo. They actually block you if you do animation of breasts. They will reject your application, so that may end up getting turned off. But also, she's wearing plate metal armor, so her breasts aren't going to be bouncing up and down when she's got that equipped. So it's kind of, yeah, from a realism perspective, if you watch her jumping around, that should be turned off when she's got the plate armor on. So it needs to be conditional logic on there for what, for the script. There's an if statement in there somewhere that says, if you're wearing plate armor, then turn that off. Anyway, I just thought I'd make you aware of all that stuff, because different packages, different characters that you get have different capabilities, and it's figuring out how to integrate them to make them work well and look good. And that's kind of some learning that I've had over the last few months of sort of playing with these characters in isolation from one another. So this is kind of the first time I'm really sort of bringing them together and actually applying what I've learnt to each of them. So this guy I've not done any work with before tonight, so he's now looking okay, and at least these parts are now named in a way in which I can wire up to RPG Builder so that he can find a mask and equip it, and when that equips, that is going to hide his beard there. So the RPG Builder is going to be handling the turning off of the beard and the turning on of the mask, like so. It's going to be basically doing that switch if I wire it up to do that. So you've got to tell it to do that. Anyway, so he is essentially done. I think he's looking about as good as he's going to get. The eyes are looking much better than they did before, and I think he's basically ready for the next level of integration. And the reason I'm sort of lining them up here is so I can just go bang, 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 and do the same configuration on each of them that are player characters, and then the couple of guys on the end are going to be NPCs. This guy was going to be a talking NPC. He'd have some voiceover dialogue, but the problem is he's not got a mouth, so he won't have a talking part. He can look around, but he's got no mouth, whereas this guy does. So he's got a mouth, which means he's rigged for voice animation, and the other guy isn't, which is a pain. Trying to actually find 3D models that are properly rigged all the way through to the mouth is actually quite difficult, and on the Unity Asset Store they don't necessarily tell you whether they do have that. I've written off to a few artists to find out whether or not they actually do have the mouth modelled and rigged. It's no good if it's just modelled. It needs to be rigged into the animation, the armature as well, so that you can actually animate with the mouth. So for example, that's the mesh. I want the armature parent. Armature root. Spine, 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 neck, head, jawbone. So it needs to be rigged so that you can do this, so you can actually have a talking part. So yeah, that's quite tricky to find good looking characters that fit with the style of the game that you're doing, that have the same art style, that are sort of compatible with the shaders and compatible with the pipeline, and are rigged in a way in which you can make them work in your game. But certainly with Zarktor's Realm, it will have voiceover dialogue, and that is going to require that the characters can animate properly, and so that's tricky. And I may end up getting, some custom ones made, or I may end up taking a guy like this and actually copying this guy's mouth, which is inside here, this thing. Take this, you put it in there, and then actually rig up his mouth jawbone to actually have the missing part, and then I can use him as a talking part. But yeah, it's fiddly, definitely fiddly, and that's just to get some degree of realism. But once it's wired up that way, pumping in the dialogue is reasonably straightforward with Salsa to do the lip sync once that's wired up to the character. And the voiceover dialogue for Zarktor's Realm, I have some placeholder audio here at the moment, the voiceover pack here, which I'm using for testing, and it's got all sorts of voice lines, but I'm actually going to be recording proper audio, scripted audio lines through Fiverr. I've found a number of English speaking voice actors with the right sort of medieval accents and things. The way that they talk is not modern, it's quite medieval speak, and I'm going to be commissioning them to record quite a bit of dialogue. We're probably talking, I don't know, many tens of thousands of dialogue sequences to be played. But essentially, when those dialogue sequences come in, you can see that they have the line of dialogue written out, which means you can do the subtitle with it, which means you can do the subtitle localization to other languages even if you don't re-record the audio. And you basically play that audio through to Salsa, and Salsa is going to animate the jaw and the mouth in approximately the shapes that that sound would make, which, as far as my testing has gone so far, will actually allow you then to have a talking character with dialogue that's been recorded by a voice actor, which is AAA level quality, I believe, if it's modelled correctly and if it's animated correctly, and lots of testing. So it's fairly time consuming, but once you get the basics wired up, I should be able to pump hundreds of thousands of dialogue lines in here and have them talk it. So that's the plan. Anyway, I'm going to work on my next character now. I need to save this. I haven't saved this, and I need to check in my source control. So let's save that. Source control I'm using is Perforce Helix, which is a free tool. I've got a server in the background there, which is my backup of this repository, and I have been committing to it for the last God knows how many months religiously to make sure that I can roll back to any particular point and undo any changes if I break something, which is very important. I don't want to regress any, get the scene going, get all these characters going, and then I screw it up. I need to be able to undo that. Okay, so let me concentrate for a minute. Refresh. Revert unchanged. Submit. Okay, that's the human male. What is the assassin character? Tidy up. Tidy up. Put him in there. Okay. So one of the reasons I was putting a server in here to handle the source control is basically to take a lot of the load off my development workstation. I don't really want all this repository being on the same machine. If this machine gets fried in a thunderstorm or something and the hard disk goes or whatever, then I want the source to be somewhere else. So the source code here sort of includes all the materials and basically everything to do with those characters and environments and things. And then that other machine, the server machine, is backed up every night as well, just to be on the safe side. Because I don't want to lose it all. Many months of work, probably 1,000 hours of work so far already in the project. So I do not want to lose that time and lose that effort. Alright, that's the last one, going back to the depot. How is everyone doing? Alright, so next character up. Voiceovers, right. Characters. Okay, so the source controls checked that in, so he's now nice and tidy. And I don't want to... Raven's S2. I think Raven's S2 is actually... He's the Crusader. Alrighty. I think I will let's have a look here. So we're getting some exceptions. Okay, getting control, that's fine, that's a repaint GUI layer. Yeah, that's one of the gizmos, that's fine. Okay. So I think I'm in a position now where I can grab the next character in the list. Okay, save that. Alright. Ghost Lady Hunter, Necromancer. Templar Knight, did I get Ghost Lady S2? Ghost Lady S1. Yeah, okay, so Ghost Lady S2 has got to come across. Ghost Lady S2. Assets. Ghost Lady S2. Ghost Lady S2. Into the characters folder. Alright, so if you've just joined, I am in the process of bringing in characters from separate projects. So I've been working on these characters separately to check them out, make sure they all work fine with the universal render pipeline. And I'm now basically bringing them from separate projects into the same project, so integrating them together. And then tidying them up, putting them all on the same renderers and on the same shaders so that they're optimized, and checking out the materials, renaming a lot of the objects to make them work with the Blink RPG builder, and getting them ready to be rigged up to Invector for the character controller, and putting new eyes on them, and basically getting them ready for Salsa, which is the lipsync software. So quite a bit of prep work going on, but I'm bringing them in one at a time, putting them into the same environment side by side so I can sort of compare them from one character to the next. And the majority of these characters, except Knight Errant and Knighthood and Malbas, are from an artist called Quang Phan off the asset store. Very, very good characters. They're really pleased with them. They're about $50 US each, I guess. And they're broken into quite a few components. So in fact, a lot of the time, the armor sets that are on the character can be broken up into components, which you can then equip and unequip, which I really like the fact of RPG Builder being able to then, you can find a pair of gloves and you equip them, put them on, take them off, and you get a reasonable render with and without those objects. So yeah, I quite like the models from Quang Phan, and I've pretty much got all of his stuff actually, at least in terms of medieval. Alright, so bringing these in first time round has this problem again that we saw a bit earlier, which was there's a DLL getting called in this physics bone script, and it's because the characters actually come in with a DLL class library, which is already in the project, so it's a duplicate effectively. Ravens S2, Crusader, that's one I just renamed, so I need to commit that source as well. So let's just do that. Ghost Lady, no, Ravens, this one. Ravens Crusader, I need to submit that. And I don't want to do this Ghost Lady one just yet. Ravens S2 Crusader, that's the one. There, all the way down, because I renamed the folder. Submit. It's just a rename. So I keep all my stuff in source control, and back up a lot of stuff onto the Dropbox as well when I'm working on my project folders, so that I've got backup in the cloud. Alright, so that's done, so that gets rid of that highlighting. Ghost Lady's the new one. Ghost Lady S2, that should be underscored. Tidy that up a bit. So still going to get rid of this issue with this DLL. Okay. And in we go. So get rid of the scripts. So the scripts is where all this stuff is. We really don't need any of those scripts anyway. going to recompile. It's going to get rid of that DLL file that's hidden in one of those folders. Get rid of all the scripts that actually are duplicated. They're already in the project somewhere else. And you can't have two of the same DLL, so it's obviously caused a problem here. So I'm removing the one that's just been imported, and that's going to force it to recompile. And then that those two and those four, those two errors and the four assertions should go away. There we go. I should be able to clear that now, and we're good. Alright, so now I'm ready to bring in the next character. Prefab character, Ghost Lady play. Bring her in, and she didn't look right because she's on the built-in render pipeline. So I'll actually show you how I convert the characters from one pipeline to another. If you've played with Unity and you do any work with pipelines, then you'll know that this thing exists. So you can see how I resolve these issues from scratch. So where's this guy located? He is at 807. Right. So let's go 9.5, 0 minus 7. Rotate her 180. She's too big. She's got her wings. So it's interesting actually that the face is rendering somewhat fine. The hair's all screwed up. But in fact, a lot of it looks reasonable. The hair's going okay. Looks like the fur is going okay. And then the rest of it is pink, so it's to do with the shaders on there. So I'm going to fix that up in a minute. Alright, first of all, I'm going to remove the scripts that are broken, that are not referenced anymore. We don't need them. And first things first, it's trying to talk to a shader that's not there, so I'm just going to move these onto Dawn shader is my other one, and I'm going to use the clothing shader. Actually, they're feathers, so they actually need to be cut out. So that's going to be an interesting one to look at. Yep, that's fine. Let's just get rid of this bloody pink. Okay, change that to, that looks like arms to me, which is probably a skin shader. Skin shader. Oh no, it's the whole, it's the shirt, so it's a clothing shader. Clothing shader. There we go. Okay, that's probably a clothing shader as well. And that'll be a clothing shader. So it looks like it's retained the textures, which is great, because it's nice not to have to go searching for all that stuff and have to remap it. Clothing shader. Yep, looking good. Looks like there's lots of different armor pieces on this character, which makes it really interesting. There we go. It's looking pretty good. Very shiny. And then the wings are a little bit special, which we know, whoa, look a bit burnt out from the back. And I think it's because that is a single-sided shader, so it's not rendering the back side of the wings. So I suspect that should become two-sided, like that. There we go. And then we'll probably have to just attach the materials again when I find them. So let's do that next. So we're going to go to textures. Actually, let me just check the wings material. Yep, that's good. Okay, wing material, and we can turn that on and off. I actually like it. I think that's such a cool effect, having the wings. I might make the characters start out in the game without the wings. Obviously, you get them at some point in some way. Textures, characters, bodies. Now, is it clothing? Feathers. There you go. Awesome. All right. So we want the feathers base color, which is down here. Yep. Kind of seeing something happen here. Okay. It's doing something. And then the alpha is what's going to do the cutout. So I suspect that's a mask. It's a little bit like that. Okay. Base colour. And normal AO dirt. Two-sided. I wonder if it's actually this one. That might look a bit better. Still not doing the alpha cutout. Texture. Might be a bit of trial and error with this just to get it to work. That's a bit better. That's a bit better. At least it's two-sided now. Okay. Base colour is not quite right. Texture. I think with this shader you can make them glow. So you can give it an emission map and emission colours to be able to make it glow, which I think would be really cool with flames coming through the feathers or something. Okay, that's cool. Alright, so we've got that. There's no normals, which is strange not to have normals on it. Do the boosts, okay. So look at that up close. They look separate. Yeah, okay. Opacity, okay, so that's wants to be a very small number, 0.01 I think. 0.01. I'm pretty sure this can be changed, the colours can be changed here. Teeth, clothing, armors, dark version, light version. Feathers, so one colour of feathers. Okay, textures, alright. So I think this must be probably a blend colour, I would suspect. Okay, so there's the blend colours coming through. Blend colour 2, let's give it a yellow just to give it an experiment basically and see if we can get some different colours coming through. Yep. Okay. Just like an emission, bit of a glow there. Sure I would use those colours, but anyway, not sure about the black on them. I think I've done something wrong there. Okay, so the base colour definitely should have an alpha. Surprised, I would have thought the mask would handle that. Wings root. Okay, so that's obviously the rigging. Ah, yeah, it's part of the root, so the armature. So the feathers are actually rigged. The wings, rather, are rigged to the spine 3, which is the middle of the spine there. And then they've got their own armatures, which look like they go all the way out to this part here. So that's pretty cool. So I'll be interested to see how that works on an animation. Alright. So it's interesting because the actual the mesh, the 3D mesh, is actually located in the armature rather than in the sort of normal structure of the character. So that I need to be aware of that stuff, because in RPG Builder, when you're turning on and off things like turning on and off wings, it needs to be able to locate that within the hierarchy, and if it's part of the armature, I don't know if that's going to cause a problem, deactivating part of the armature. Presumably it only deactivates at that point, but I'll need to be aware of that. Actually, the black doesn't look too bad, but I know it's because I just don't have the texture on it properly yet. Texture 1. I wonder if that makes any difference. No, it doesn't. Emission. Oh, that's the emission colours. Okay. Make it glow. Oh, cool. Oh yeah, that's cool. Very cool. Okay, so if I add a bit more colour there, maybe make that one white. Yeah, that's cool. That looks very cool. Nice. Nice effect. I'm not sure I'd use it, but it's a nice effect. And that's simply from the shader, which is quite funky, really. Alright, let's bring down those to 1 and 1. I'll leave it like that for the time being. This looks interesting to look at. Phoenix looking thing. Cool. Alright. So we've got the same sort of issue that I was talking about earlier with the hair cap thing. And it looks like she's got hair in and out, and she's got a helmet. Okay, the helmet's got... That needs to be switched. Helmet metal. Yeah, okay, so it's lost the shader, so that should be a... Whoop, should be a clothing shader. There we go. I'll fix up the materials a bit later. It's Air 4 helmet. Okay, so there's more hair. She's got lots of hair. Heaps of hair. Okay. What's that? That looks like a piece of armour. That's chainmail armour or something. Looks like it's not totally right. There's a light version and a dark version. Okay. That looks like that's a bit of a problem. The tabard is coming through the legs. I need to be aware of that. So this is the female matching version, Crusader version of this dude. It's the same styling, which I think is pretty cool. I like it. Very shiny. Alright, so where do we start? Let's... Oh, that's right. Yeah. So we need to actually unpack completely so that we've got a character to work with that is not a prefab. I want to make a prefab at the end. For the moment, player female. God, I can't type. Female. I'm going to call it Crusader. Character. In fact, this guy should actually be... He should actually be Crusader. Because I've already got a knight. This is a female knight here. And really I want the Crusader guy to be equivalent of this one, which is the Crusader female. Right. Okay, so it's not a prefab. We've got this body separates thing as well. And so if you just joined the stream, welcome. Hopefully we'll be able to show you in a second how we convert these characters across to be usable with the RPG Builder product from Blink. And some of the things I do to sort of fix these up, because there's some weird stuff happening. Like if you look at the hair at the end there, they all finish at the same length and it's kind of choppy. And there are ways to fix that with the shader. And this looks too black, it looks too dark. None of the patterns coming out, and the hair needs fixing up. Oop. Hair needs fixing up, and so there's a few things to sort of figure out here, and the naming of all of the parts of the mesh are a bit messy. It's kind of messy in there, and it needs to be a lot tidier for RPG Builder to be able to pick up which body parts to hide when you equip clothing and equipment. And the root, this is the armature here. This is what's using to do all the animation. This is kind of hidden in the sort of the middle of the pack. It's kind of easy to miss that thing. So RPG Builder wants it in this structure, so I'm about to create that. So I'm going to create an empty, and this one is the armature parent. And this goes at the top, just for neatness. Oop, I need to move that in there, like that. And then the root's going to go inside that, and the root's going to go inside its own parent called Armature. Oop, Armature. Right, so it's consistent with these other characters. So as I was saying before, the wings on this character are actually sitting in the armature, not in the body separate pieces and equipment pieces here. And a lot of the time the hair on the character is also sitting in the armature because they've got their own animation physics going on, and so they need to be tied in with the armature of where the head and the hair make contact, and then from this level of the hair down to the next level of hair. So effectively there's a chain effect of hair, I suspect. It's interesting these are not. So they've done, maybe they're not animated in the same way with the physics, but anyway. Certainly on the female knight character, the hair is actually part of the armature, as far as I remember. Hair, there you go. So on the female knight, which is this one, her hair is actually part of the armature, so it's very easy to miss, and can cause you a few problems if you're not aware of where it is. So that's why I like to note that. Okay, so that's the armature, which is effectively the rigged skeleton, and you can see if I hide that, it's actually taken some of the taking the wings with it, the render of the wings. So it's normal to actually have the armature separate from the 3D mesh parts. In this case it's embedded, so it's a bit of a problem. And simply dragging them out of there into this area here, you need to make sure that you've not lost what it hooks up to in the armature to make sure that the animation happens in the right place. Otherwise you'll run around with your character running and the wings will just hover behind the character and it looks crap. So tread with care, basically. Alright, so the next piece here, I'm going to use the female knight, I think, as my guide for the structure, just because it's got a lot of there's a lot of armor pieces on that original character, and I think this one's got quite a few armor pieces too. It looks like you've got shoulder pieces and this front piece here, and I want to name them the same so they're equivalent and nice and tidy. So meshes is the next one. I'm going to create just a little parent in here. So create here an empty meshes. That'll go there. Create another empty armor, and I'm spelling it British way rather than American way, just because I'm originally British. It's just how I've grown up to learn how to spell it. Okay, so so basically all the armor pieces are going to go in there, and then all the base mesh pieces will go in there, which is effectively the skin, the sort of underwear at the starting point of your character, where they normally come out of the starting gates of the game to actually not have much equipment at all. So the trick here is to actually move all those pieces into the correct folders to start with. So I know that the head base is part of that. And I know that the helmet is a piece of equipment. It looks like it's got some fur with it as well. Interesting. Some fur on the back of the helmet. Okay. Looks like that's an optional thing. Okay. So that's an armour piece. And what I might do is turn these off as I do them, just so I know which bits I've done. Let's take the armour, take the wings off. I like the wings actually for the moment. Alright. Armour, that should be armour. Gloves, gloves. And boots, that's going to be armour, boots. So the boots now disappeared back to feet. And then gloves will go in there as well. They get hidden, which leaves it with hands. And eyes brown is actually eyebrows, and eyelash is actually eyelashes. Head at the top. Okay, and we'll sort out that issue with this kind of hair thing going on here. Oop. There's some underlying hair issue going on with this. There we go. It's a little bit better. I'll fix that up in a minute. Okay, what's that bit? Chest armour, arms armour. They look like they're two separate pieces, so I'm just going to move them in there. And we'll end up renaming those. We've got loads of hair. And then hair for helmet. So it looks like it's a similar situation to the previous one where there's hair hair that can be added or taken away depending on whether the character is wearing a helmet, which is quite neat. But in order to make that work, you've got to have controllers there that are going to, or code that's going to disable and enable different parts of the mesh. So RPG Builder from Blink is what I'm using to do that. And literally you tell it, this is the piece I want you to deactivate, and the other piece is the piece I want to enable. And when you pick up that piece of equipment and then equip it, that's going to switch that off and switch the other one on. So you've got to wire it up to do that. Out of the box, the character isn't ready to do that. It's not just drag and drop into the game. You've actually got to drag and drop all these pieces to wire up RPG Builder to actually know that these are the pieces that get switched out. Okay, chest armor. Not sure what that piece is there. Looks like there's two sets of chest armor. Let's turn that off. Not sure what that one is. That might be an empty. Actually, it is an empty. Don't need that. Bikini bottoms. Now these are the clothes, so I'm going to make sure I get these in the right place. Don't want her walking around nude. Bottom body and bikini top. Okay, that looks about right. Foots. They should be feet. Feet. So if I turn them off, they disappear. Yep. So the feet are going to go there. Actually, these meshes, they need to go in there. And hair for helmet. All of these go into meshes. Armor. Body separates hand. Okay, so that's actually a hand. Hand. Top body. So I think these go into meshes as well. And that is now an empty. There's nothing there, so I can get rid of that. Pant armor. Pant armor. Okay, that's probably a waistline of skin, I think. So I'm going to put that in here. Pants. Okay, so these are equipable armor pieces. Pant armor. Okay, so that's actually got a special name, that type of armor. There's belts. And that is now an empty. I'll get rid of that. And then we've got shirt armor, pants armor. Okay, shirt chain. Okay, so that is chainmail. Then we've got a belt, boots at the bottom, arms. Okay, chest chainmail, boots, shirt. Okay, she's decent. Okay, so the shirt, that's actually like a tabard shirt, tabard. sleeves. That's like a leather. What is that? Leather shirt. But it's only the it's in the arms, which means it needs to go with something in order for it to be looking okay. So without the tabard, it's not there. Gloves, shirt, chest armor, chainmail. So with the chainmail, it's kind of okay, but the chainmail needs fixing up. Oop. The chainmail needs fixing up because it doesn't look quite. It doesn't look like it's complete. And the skin is actually popping through the leather because I've got the arms turned on somewhere. Bottom body, body, no, this one, no. Top body, that one. Okay, so that's, you got to look at which bits get turned on and off here, which effectively means if this was the equipment layout for the character, these are the items that the character's picked up. Which meshes are you going to turn on and off? And in this case, you can't really turn off the top body to get rid of this because you're going to lose half the body here. So you've got to kind of figure out, it's like Lego, you've got to figure out which pieces go together and then kind of glue them together to make sure that when they're deactivated, you put them in the same parent and you deactivate the parent and then they both go. There's shirt armor there, so that looks like a neck. So that's a neck piece. Yes, it's a lot of sort of trial and error, but it is very rewarding to be able to get the character to that point where it does what you want in the game, and then you see it in action with RPG Builder. It's brilliant, you know, right? And then you put it on the Melba's horse and you start horse riding with it, firing weapons with it, and it actually becomes very realistic very, very quickly once you've got the base character working. Shirt armor, that isn't empty, so I can get rid of that. Shoulder fur. Okay, so that's this thing going on here. Okay, shoulder fur, and there's a leather piece underneath. Okay, so that's helmet, and that's actually gloves, which I think will go down there. Okay, so we turn all this lot back on. It's a bit overkill. She's got the hair coming through the helmet, which may be okay, but she's also got the skin being rendered underneath. Her feet are actually bigger than her shoes. That's interesting, isn't it? And there's something to be aware of. So if your character's walking on the ground and they've got high heels, they may hover when they don't have the high heels on, because the feet are actually higher than the feet, which is an interesting conundrum. Hopefully no one notices that. Anyway, so yeah, we certainly want to be able to turn off things like feet when we put on the other pieces. So at the moment I'm literally just reorganizing pieces of the mesh. Save. File save. Organizing pieces of the mesh to be in the correct place for RPG Builder. And I then want to essentially put them into these named folders or parents. Some of them are going to be add-ons that can go on top of other pieces of armor. Like this belt can be added to whatever is there, that's fine. And other pieces are going to swap. So, for example, putting on the gloves is actually going to hide the hands. You don't want the hands being rendered because they pop through, as you can see there. You actually want to hide the hands when you put the gloves on. So some of them, I call them swaps. And then you tell RPG Builder remove the hands and swap for the gloves. So that would be a swap position rather than add-on. So I'm now going to create those slots, and then I'm going to reorganize these into them to make them a lot easier to see what's going to happen. And then basically looking through this hierarchy is going to allow me to, when I'm testing, is going to allow me to turn on and off these pieces much more readily to actually see what is happening. Definitely something going on with this piece of mesh here doesn't look like this armour, this chainmail, is completely rendered properly. There's black. I don't think that should be black like that. And of course you've got a bra that's coming through the tabard, which is not right. And that's the bikini top, like that. Okay, chainmail. Yeah, anyway, I'm going to take the bikini top off. So, right. Okay, so let's come back to the meshes. Armor head slot. Okay, so let's start creating some empties. So we want a head slot. I really need to create shortcuts for these things. Back, add, back, add-ons, and a neck add-on, neck, add-ons, shoulder, add-ons, add-ons, hand swaps. I think you can call these whatever you want. I don't think Blink RPG Builder needs these names, but I find it, having sort of experimented with this, I find these are meaningful, certainly meaningful to me. And for me, they just go from the top of the body to the feet, and therefore I can quickly locate in this hierarchy roughly whereabouts in the body these places are. Hand swaps, waist, add-ons, which would be the belts, things, leg swaps, feet swaps, and then finally we've got the weapons, which is really anything they're going to be carrying. Could be a shield, I suppose. All right. Move all them up there. Okay, so the helmet is going to go in the head slot, and the shoulder fur is going to go in shoulders. Shirt tabard, that's going to be chest. Did I have a chest swaps? No, I missed that one. Armor. Chest. Actually, there needs to be a chest swaps and a chest add-ons. Chest swaps. Neck, shoulder. Chest swaps. And chest add-ons. And this thing here, I think this is called a bevel. So that to me is an add-on because it can go over the top of the armor. It doesn't really matter. So I'm going to rename it later. I just want to confirm what the name of that armor actually is. I think it's a bevel. Chest add-ons. Turn that off. Boots go into feet. Swaps. Turn that off. Haven't found a weapon yet, which is interesting. Don't know if there is a weapon. I should confirm that. Bodies, clothing, characters. Though it didn't come with any weapons, which is fine. I've got so many other weapon. Oh, no, there is one. Okay. Well, there's certainly textures for a weapon. Skin, teeth, hair, skins. So these are the textures. Prefabs. Okay, so there's a shield. Okay. And a longsword. It's interesting that they weren't part of the prefab. Okay. Let's bring them down, put them in the weapons. Alright. I want to take the transform of the left hand. So what I would do is I would take the armature parent IK hand root left hand, which is this position here. I'm going to take this transform and copy that, and I'm going to take that and paste component values. Of course, it's not going to be in the right place because it's not part of that body part. There we go. Okay. It's quite a big shield. Right. Can't see anything because of the shader on that is busted. So it's got a weapon root, which means that root needs to be tied in with the armature, but I'll fix that later because it was disconnected to it anyway. Alright, so that needs to be clothing shader to get the colours for it. There we go. It's a pretty funky looking shield. It's very dark, but I think it's just fiddling with the shader. Very shiny, very glossy, which I'm not sure is quite right yet. And there's a lot of black on it, which makes it difficult to make out. Anyway, let's put it roughly in the right place. So it's actually believe it's more down there. So I think you put your forearm in this piece and then you hold this one, I believe. I could be wrong, but that's what I'm just for the purpose of putting something in there for the moment. I'm gonna work with that as my let's put that in the hand. It's too shiny, can't see. Right, hand in there. That's getting there. There we're looking. It's not clipping through the arm, is it? Come, get rid of the feathers. Okay. It's pretty close, but that's kind of okay. Looks not too bad. I think that would be a little bit more rotated. Okay. Alright, so same with this sword. Oop. Sword. Okay, so we're going to reset the position so that it's part of the character. And move that up. And rotate it. Out. Down. Up. Just like to get this looking okay so that when I'm doing this model tidy up work I can get an idea of what the look is. Just being a perfectionist, I guess. Too bad. Probably would hold the hilt. Like that. Okay. Alright. Armature. Wings back on. Okay. That's not too bad. Alright, save. Alright. Okay, so we've got the weapons back in, which is good. We've got a helmet. Actually, that's new. Is that new? Or is that what the other one was? I think that is that same helmet. Okay, so that's what that should look like. Okay, so it's got the feathers out the back that you can turn on and off, which is fine. It looks like it's got the front face guard can be lifted, which is good. Or perhaps done as a separate mesh that you get a helmet without the feathers and you get a helmet with the feathers with the face mask. Okay, so that's what it should be looking like. But it's not because of the shader. So look at the shader. Clothing URP. Let's make it clothing URP v2. Okay, so it's definitely something to do with the shader. I suspect it's the materials on it. The materials are MI. Ghost Lady MI. Okay, that's cool. It is the correct material. Probably not the correct textures. So that's T helmet light version, and there's a dark version. Okay, so let's try the dark version. T helmet M, T helmet MT. Oh, that's really dark. T helmet BC, it's the base colour. It's really gone really dark. The metallic. The normal maps. It's got dirt on it. But dirt is turned off. Okay. MT light version. Helmet R. Okay, let's take a close look at this. So, light version is, I think, what I want to do. I think we might do two variations on this and actually have the same armor pieces duplicated on the mesh, but with different textures, and then just equip different prefabs over the top, maybe. So think about that. That's a mask. Right. Okay, and base color. There's the normal. There's the dirt. Okay, so it's like a rusty colour. Still very dark though. Base colour. Yes, the base colour is definitely looking too dark. Okay, I'm going to try one of these other shaders. Might have to bring in that other prefab and just have a look at what materials are actually attached to it. Oop. It wouldn't be lit, would it? Whoa. Okay, that's a bit bright. It's because it's just a white. Dawn shader, clothing shader V2. It's very dark. Base colour. T helmet roughness. So the R is the roughness. That makes sense. That roughness should be. Okay, so that's the glossiness, shininess. And these have all got roughness boosts, which makes me wonder. And they're all roughness. The roughness boosts are being applied to different parts of the helmet. So obviously that mask is helping to separate where these pieces are. Still very dark though. So maybe it's the metallic. Okay. So it's lighter. Okay. That's improving. Still want it a bit more chromey coloured though. So it's still very dark. if that is actually... Okay. Let's make a bit of space here. Prefabs, characters, shield, longsword, helmet. So that should actually be... So it is kind of blacky looking with shiny stuff. That's better. It's a little bit shiny, but not fantastically shiny, because that's actually got, as you can see, the sky reflecting in that. Okay. So I think we've got the right materials, it's just a question of tweaking. I wonder if that helmet actually looks like the whole helmet is one piece, which means I can't have that face mask removed. Helmet, yeah, it's one piece. Okay, so I'd have to take that into Blender and chop it up into multiple pieces. Okay, alright, let's make it shinier. Make it brighter. Roughness. Roughness boost. Okay, is that the correct one to be using? R. Yep, and base color, blend textures. Okay, so that could be brought up to make it shinier. Okay. Aha! Okay, so the blend powers, that could be the way that you do it. Alright, so we can get it darker again, which I think might be the way to make them really shiny. And then, does that work? Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. A little bit of shine. Metallic. It's the metallic filter there. Helmet empty. Metal. Helmet metal, metallic. A lot of fiddling. Normals, they look the same. Base color, base color, base color, base color. Base color is the same. Okay, so between the light and dark armors, they're the same. Which keeps it a little bit simpler. So the R is going to be the roughness. The N is the normal. MT is metallic. M is the mask. So that looks like that masks off which colours actually are done for these different blend colours, I think. And the metallic boost and roughness boosts. So it looks like those little rivets are on their own. Ambient occlusion is that one. And the dirt textures. It's like a rust. Okay, so there's definitely something screwy happening with these. So these ones want to be set back to 0. Okay, that's better. It's like a mud texture. Okay, so they're just lightning. Okay, so in theory, okay, you can have a red. That's pretty cool. Okay. I'm just going to do these different colours just to see which bits pop out. Okay. Alright. Okay. Green. Okay, so they're the rivets. Okay. That's yellow, and we'll do that one in blue, just to be. Which is the top part. Okay, so there's the four aspects to it. So blank hull one must be that one. Yep. Metallic boots one. That's that top piece. Okay. So bring those down. Okay. Now, so we set those to 1, 1, 1, 1. It's very dark. Alright, let's get the hair out of the way. Can't see with the hair in there. Okay. That actually there should be fur. I'm going to change the colour of that dyed. Okay. So that actually doesn't look too bad in black. It looks a bit muddy, looks a bit tarnished, which is kind of cool looking. And it's because I've got the dirt tied up there. And turn that down. Very shiny. And then this bottom piece is matte-ish. So definitely the shine is working. Okay. But it's very dark. So, you can actually have an emission colour here, which is very cool to be able to do something like make it glow like that. It's very cool for magical items, or you can take the colour away, which kind of makes it maybe that's very funky. You know, maybe it's a cursed item or something. Alright, so what am I trying to do? I'm trying to get this to be shiny but not as black. I want it more chrome looking. So maybe it's just getting so that looks a little bit better. Still very, very black. Roughness boost. Okay, it's got a little scuff marks, which I think makes it pop, which if I do the same scuff marks on all the pieces, it's too much. I need to make some of these pop a little bit more. Okay, so I might make that. Looks like it flips. Flips quite a bit. That's way too shiny. I want to make it pop out a bit. Yeah, and then the bottom piece here. Of course, the direction of the sun is part of it too, because it's very dark on this side. So it's important to play with the lighting. Quite like the bit of glow on those. And what I might do is just rotate the sun around. Lightings. Where's me lights? Post processing. That's the one. Directional light. Where are you, directional light? very dark. It's absorbing. If I can get that, looks pretty realistic. Just need that top piece, which is this first one. That's better. Sort of scuffed looking. A little bit matte. I do want some shine on it. Yeah, that's it. That's better. Okay. I think for the moment we're going to say the helmet is done. Whoa, that's not good. Alright, hair back. And we're putting that hair there in. Okay, we're going to fix up what's going on here. Something's wrong there. Okay. I think the shield is okay. Sword is okay. Okay, boots, chest armor, shoulders, helmet. It does look pretty good now. Lots done. Take the feet off. Okay. It's getting there. Alright. I'm just figuring out what I'm going to attack next. Actually, that needs to be unpacked. We don't want that as a prefab anymore. Prefab. Unpack completely. There we go. Just want it in this scene for the moment while I'm working on it. Okay, I quite like the shine on the armour. Looks kind of dirty but banged up, but still shiny, which I think is quite a neat looking effect. Certainly with that post-processing on it, it does make a difference. If I take the post-processing off, you can see the effect. It's still shiny, but it's not got the pop. Quite a bit of difference. Certainly with the chainmail there, it just makes it look so much more realistic. Of course, if it's set in England, medieval England, then it's likely it's going to be cloudy, not sunny. Okay, so I think the next step is going to be figure out these equipment parts and sort that out, and then come back to the face and the eyes and the hair, because the hair is going to be a bit involved. And I think that is going to be a very good character, actually. I like that a lot. Goes with that one. Potentially even the wings could be taken off this one and attached to that one too, so they can have the same capability. Alright, let's start with the feet. So the boots, weapons, leather shirt. That's right, we'd started to move these into the slots, so let's finish that. Chainmail, arms, gloves. Gloves are hand swaps. Okay. Pants are leg swaps. Okay. Arms are, I would call them shoulders actually. Okay, so you can see what they've done here. They've created the elbow pads, which actually are called cooters. Cooters? Yeah. The rarer braces are up here, but these are cooters. And they are, in this particular model, they're part of the same mesh as the shoulder pieces and the straps. So basically it's all or nothing. So I might take that into Blender and break that up so that they can be equipped separately, and then you can always have an armor set that's got them together, but you can actually have them separate. So I think this is going to be, let's rename it. So the shoulder pieces are called shoulder plate pauldrons. Yeah, and in this character here, there's the right and the left are separate, and in this one they're part of the same mesh, so you can't equip one, you have to equip both. And with shoulder pieces, sometimes you want a piece that is separate, different on each side, for jousting, for example. Where was I? I was in arms armor. Okay, so that is actually, it's got a cutter, but it's actually shoulder. What are they called? Pauldrons. Shoulder pauldron and cutter. So I'm going to put it in shoulder pieces. Because I think predominantly the cutters are secondary to this thing. It's mostly the pauldrons that are the main piece with the straps. Okay, and we've got this piece here, which is this thing here is a bevor, but it goes around the back as well. Not sure what it looks like on the back. So let's hide the wings, hide the fur, hide the hair. Hide the hair. She's got a lot of hair. Whoop. Hide the hair. Hide the hair. She's got lots of hair. 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 Jesus. Hair. Hair. Right. This part here is the shoulder leather from underneath the fur. Yep. That's fine. So let's just call that shoulder. Oop. Shoulder. Leather. Shoulder. Fur. And the reason I'm doing this is because I'm probably going to separate them so they can be equipped separately. Pauldrons. Okay, so my question is, this piece here, what does that look like at the back? And does it have its own name? Just want to turn the fur off. And the chainmail here can come off. Okay, and then we got the arms. Okay, so that's the underskin. And you got the arms. Okay. And the helmet can go. Helmet, helmet, helmet. Helmet, helmet. Whoa. Okay, so the hair's no good. So this thing here. Let's take the fur off the back. Need to rotate the sun. Where's my characters? That's better. Let's see what's going on there now a bit. And more. Okay, that's better. Alright. Okay, so it goes over the back, and there's a piece at the back, which I'm pretty sure is called... I was working on this yesterday on the other character. Pauldrons, Cloak, back. I think it's a chest. Swap chest add-on. Chainmail, Crusader shirt, tabard, bever, gorget. That's what it is. So the bever is this piece which protects the neck, and this is the gorget at the back. So on that name. We don't have the rear braces, which is the thing on the arms, so I just want to take that bit there. Okay, and we're going to go here, I'll rename that to that. Okay, that accurately describes what it is. Cool. Alright. Got that and bottom body. Okay, so I think it's safe to remove that because there's nothing underneath. Okay, this is interesting. Okay, so the arms are completely separate and they need to go with the shirt, which looks like it's had stitching done up the side. Okay. Alright. Right, so we want the chainmail. We've got to fix up that chainmail. Looks awful. Something's definitely wrong with that. Looks okay at the back. It's the black part that's wrong. So let's go and just make sure that it's picking it up in the right folder. T-shirt. Metallic. Roughness is R. Base color. Normal map. Ambient occlusion. Dirt. Okay, so that's affecting everything. Yeah, so I actually think it's a mask issue because I think that chainmail should be see-through. The black should be see-through, so you're actually seeing the tabard through it because it looks like a flat colour, which suggests that it's a mask issue. Interesting. Okay. Okay, so the mask issue there. I wonder if we get the dark one. Shirt, metallic. Well, that's definitely not right. And that doesn't look to be a mask on this one. I'm going to take a look at the prefab, the original prefab of this. No, I can't. Material. Shirt, D. Well, that's no good because it's not got any shader on it. Shirt. And that is our shirt. Okay. It really is dirty. Yeah, okay. Alright. Looks like it affects the tabard as well. It's the same material for the tabard, I think. Oh, that is the shirt tabard. That's because I've got that one. Chainmail. Are they sharing the same material? I think they are. MI shirt. Yeah, that's not quite right. And that might be why it's screwing up. Chainmail. Chest armor. Metallic. Base color. Chainmail. Right. Bit of trial and error here, just trying to figure out which dials control what. Okay, so that's the shininess of that clothing. So that's the problem, is that the chainmail is using the same material as the main tabard and leather sleeves, which is a pain because I want to be able to change that independently. Okay, so that's how you get a white top. Okay. So that's cool. Very cool. Okay. I wonder if I can pick up that. That's cool. It does look a bit better, actually, with the red. Alright, what are we going to do with this chainmail? I wonder if it's one of these emission colours. It's making the whole thing glow, which makes sense, because it's the same material. Alright, do I create a new material? Chest armor. The chest armor is actually this bevel gorget, which is metal, so we don't want it to be shiny like that, but I do think it needs its own material, so I'm going to duplicate that material and call that chainmail, and then I'm going to go back to the chainmail and change that to chainmail, which will be the same at the moment. Now I can mess around with it and it be independent of the other one, which means I can figure out a way in which the mask is going to work for this. So, textures, characters, bodies, no, it's clothing, armors, light version. Okay. Trial and error, trial and error, trial and error. Okay, so there's something wrong with the mask. Although that mask doesn't seem to be, whoa, okay. Whoa, okay. So the mask is definitely doing something. But it's made it go black instead of, it needs to go to a different. No. I need to be able to change the alpha. So it's more of an alpha mask. That's better. There we go. Much better. Okay, and we can make it rusty on its own. Cool. Awesome. Nice. Cool, very cool. Okay, so that is fixed. Save. Okay, so that chainmail is a chest add-on, which goes underneath that, so that goes over the top. So you can have that with or without that, or both. Awesome. Alright. Quite like that red. That looks quite neat. Okay. Shoulders. The fur. Yep. Okay. Next up, leather shirt. That's the arms. So that is going to be. It's not add-ons. Chest add-ons. Chest swaps. It's actually part of the tabard. Shirt and tabard. So I actually think they are together. I think I'm going to put them in a parent. Shirt, leather shirt. What am I going to call this? Shirt, tabard, leather arms. that kind of describes that piece, which I would say is a chest swap, because when you turn that on, it's going to turn off the skin underneath. Okay. Okay, the bikini top is going to come off, so to speak, because it's going to be part of the body. Bikini body, we're going to fix that up in a minute. And hair, feet, bigger than the shoes, but interesting. Okay, and then we got this thing. This thing here is called, if I look at my other characters, around the waist, folds, full folds and belt. So I would call that folds, plate folds, plate, waist, hips, plate, folds. Okay, so that is a waist add-on, which can be added or taken away. Okay. Pants, let's have a look what material they actually are. I would say they are, let's get rid of the boots, feet swaps. I would say they're leather pants. Yeah, leather pants, okay. So, pants, leather. Feet back on, no. Boots, yeah, plate, boots. High-heeled plate boots at that, which is very strange for medieval times, but anyway. What can you do? Alright, leg swaps, so that's the leather pants. And then there's these things here, which look like leg straps. The leg straps don't go anywhere. Okay. Ah, I know what they're for. Those go with the pauldrons, the plate folds. So those plate, these are actually part of the folds. So plate, fold, 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 straps, and we need them in a parent called plate folds. Okay. Alright, so that's good. And then the boots, leg swaps. Okay, so you do that, and then the underwear needs to, bikini bottoms come off. Okay. Bikini top, and then the top body goes in. Okay. It's just a shame that you can't remove the knee pads from the boots. They've all been modelled as part of the same mesh, which means it's one equipment set rather than a whole lot of them. With some of the other models that I've got, the pieces are actually all separated, which makes it a lot nicer when you can have all these different sort of equipment sets. Anyway, it is what it is for the moment. Okay, so we've got the shield, we've got the P belt, so that's just a belt. And it's got the shirt texture, which is not right. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to grab that. I'm going to duplicate that and make that into a belt material. Go back to the belt. Put the belt material on it. Ah, these are the examples. Okay, so different materials there. Alright, so we've got that, and in theory then we can change that, and we can actually make that colour more grey. There we go, a little bit of shine, just a little bit, just to make it look a little bit leathery. Okay, the stitching. Okay. Alright. And that sword is not quite right, so I'm going to move that long sword. Just being a perfectionist here, I know, it's just bothering me. To look as realistic as possible. Just in the T-pose, right. Good. Still not quite right. Long sword. Better. Alright. I'm happy with that now. Okay, so the belt is a waist add-on. So you can have the folds and you can have the belt, or both. Cool. And then we've got the gloves. Gloves, hand swaps, gloves, which are separate. So that's left, that's right. And I like to describe them a little bit more than just gloves, because they look like demi-greaves actually, because they've got plate on them and they've got a leather bit underneath, and then they've got plate over the fingers, and then they've got leather on the inside. So it's plate and leather greaves. I think they're not the greaves, are they called? Demi-gauntlets. Where's my female knight? Female knight. Hand swaps. Hand plate. That's what I want. And that's a hand. These are them there. Okay, so that should be hand, plate, vambrace, gauntlets. Let's do that. Gauntlet left. Really descriptive, just so I don't lose it and I can search for it much more readily. Okay. And they can come and go. Alright, cool. Alright, so it's cool. So the feet swaps can come off. The feet can go back on. Bikini on. Leather shirt is actually now the tabard and the shirt, which would switch out the arms. Bikini top, neck, head, top, body, and the bikini top. Yep, okay, so let's turn them back on. Chest add-ons, belt, plate, feet. And we would turn off the feet, and turn off the bikini top, and turn off the top body, and probably bottom body as well. Okay, that's looking okay. That shield looks very dirty. What's going on with that shield? Why is that looking all rusty and horrible? Okay, come back to that later. Alright, getting sidetracked here. Okay, so I think the armor pieces are mostly in the right places now. They named sensibly. We've got no armor add-ons, it's fine. We've got chainmail and a bevel with a gorget in the back. And just add-ons. Then we've got a leather shirt, which needs to go with the tabards. So that's an equipment item there. And then on the shoulders, we've got shoulder fur and pauldrons with quarters on the elbows, which look okay. Yep. Alright, and then the helmet, which can have fur on the back or not. So that's cool. Alright, so I think from an equipment point of view, I think that's all done. So take all that off. I'm going to put on body pieces. Take off the equipment pieces. Okay, and we need to sort out what we're doing with the hair. Hair in front, hair at back. Underwear, okay. Oh, that's on the other character, okay. Let's just collapse up these. I'm getting lost now. Too many things going on. Female assassin. Crusader. That's this one. Okay. Armature. We're still missing a lot of hair. Where's all the hair gone? There it is. There's all the hair. Okay. Armor is turned off. So I've got no armor. Okay. Alright. So we go in now. What is going on with the hair? So hair F. That looks to me. Whoop, let's go isometric. That looks to me like it's braided. Hair front braided. Let's turn that off. Okay, so we got all this. That should be outer. Hair, outer. That's definitely hair for the back. So that must be what the B stands for. Hair, back, outer. Hair in, back, hair, back, inside, outside. Okay. Inside. Okay. This thing here. Okay, that's the hair when there's a helmet. So, if we turn the helmet back on, that's why. Okay. Hair. Hair with helmet. And you turn that hair off when you're wearing the helmet. So the hair comes out. That makes sense. Okay, you take the helmet off. You put the hair back on. Clean these ones. There's still a problem with the base mesh, which is this hair 0 one, which I've got to fix, which is okay on this side, no good on that side. Okay. So, hair, middle, hair, middle. Yeah, I think that's hair, middle. Middle. Ooh. Middle, inside, yeah, middle, yeah, outside. Okay, let's put the front there, middle inside, middle outside, back. Okay, so that goes from the front to the back. So and this is the hair base, which I've got to do something with. Seems okay on that side, mostly. It's definitely screwed up here. Okay. And then we've got the hair with the helmet, which changes when she's wearing the helmet. Okay, so we'll take that off for the moment. Actually, hair back, inside. Outside, hair, back, outside, hair, middle, inside, hair, middle, outside. Smooth that up. Oop. Okay. So head slot, hair, no helmet. Okay. Hair, no helmet. Okay, it kind of works, apart from now what's going on with the underneath mesh. Okay, so take them off. Look at this base one. So something's gone wrong with this base one. Okay, it's picking up. Just look at this FK body hair. So it's picking up a material here which is not quite right. Shouldn't be FK body hair. It should be Ghost Lady. It should be materials, characters, hairs. FK body hairs. Pin that. Okay. Let's change those. Okay, so they're all MI hairs. Okay, it should be hair, it should be hair. And I think this is the base. Hair, base. And it should be hair. Dyed. Okay, so hair base. So this hair base should actually come from there. Okay, that's interesting. That should be from a different shader. Hair shader. Nope, hair shader 2. It's more braiding. Okay. No, that's not quite right either. Shader 3, shader 2. Okay. Let's take the braided off. Inside. Okay, so hair base, which is now this material. And we're missing a whole lot of stuff here. I think that's why. And that's FK, which is probably why. So that should be textures. This folder here. Okay. Hair 0, normal. Where is the normal on that one? There's no normal. Hair base, MI hair base. That should be hair shader. Okay. Hair 0, normal. Noise. Nope. Hair 0. Nope. Alpha. Noise texture. Basic. Doesn't seem to want to do anything with that one. Let's try the next one up. Okay, alpha. Okay. Doesn't seem to be making any bloody difference. ID. Dye mask. Hair flow. Root. It's not making any difference whatsoever. It's very odd. So I'm missing something somewhere. Hair 0, base color. Alpha. Hair 0 alpha. The dye mask, I don't think it has that. The root. Noise tiling. And the ID has died. It's not making any difference. Could be a bug with that shader. None of these sliders are doing anything. There's no effect whatsoever. It's odd, because normally you do get some effect with it. It's definitely the hair 3. There's a normal. Okay. I have to cut my losses at some point and figure out what I'm going to do with that. I wonder actually if we just make it lit. Still got an alpha on it. What the hell? It's only rendering half. Mesh F. Oh, I'm thinking that needs to be like that. Okay, let's just see. Save shadows, textures, hair. Hair 0 base color. It's not making any bloody difference. It's unusual for it not to make a difference at all. Hair base. Lighting probes. It's got cloth which would make it a... That would make it move, but it doesn't necessarily need to move. Surface. Metallic. Base color. Normal map. Alpha, which would be... Not making any difference whatsoever, is it? Bias. It's not changing the render at all. Okay, I'm going to come back to that later. Busted. Do not use. Okay. So that looks... Okay, what's going on with that one? Okay, so that's using hair base as well, which I don't think is right. I think that should be hair. Ah, that's what we were saying with the other mask. Okay. Hair base. Alright. Okay, I think I see what's going on here. Hair base inside. Okay. Alright. Actually, that kind of works better now. that is better without that white, without this. Okay, so we want the braided. So the braided one is actually not working properly because we're not getting any braiding. I wonder if this thing here should actually just have hair in there. No, see, that's not working either. Okay. Turn that off. Braided. Braided should have hair. Alright, I'm going to do something here. I'm going to duplicate that and make a new base off it. Base. And that one is fine. And then the braided is going to use hair. And then switch that to hair shader 2. No. Hair shader. Whoa, that's not right either. Hair shader 2. Okay, so then we look at the material. So it should be braided. Okay, just bring that down. 0.01. We had the braiding working earlier, so I've broken it somehow. Okay, T die mask alpha ID root tiling. I think I just opened something in Photoshop. Yes. Okay. Don't need that. Damn it. So the braiding's screwed up. Okay, and the hair base is now dyed, which it shouldn't be. Okay. Alright, so something's gone a bit screwy somewhere with one of those. Let's have to debug which one it is. Okay, so we've got the hair base. The braided isn't coming out at all now. Because using the mesh hair A0, that's wrong. That mesh is wrong. Front braided. It's actually hair F. That's better. And hair F, front braided. That needs to have all the other things. So we need the dye mask, the base color, alpha. Oh, it's doing it again. The ID and the noise texture. Where the hell's the noise texture coming from? I think it's going thin because it's these settings here. There we go. So that should be 0.01, and then the dither boost should be up. Roughness tip. It's really made a mess of that, hasn't it? That one's okay. Hair base is now a bit screwy, but it's tied to the mesh. Hair F. So that mesh is wrong. So that one should be hair 0. Front braided inside. Okay, so that's this one is doing something. Hair base. Hair F. There's a lot of fiddling with this. Hair 0. Hair base. I think that there's multiple things linked, and they're not linked in quite the right way yet. The braid isn't working because it's tied to the A0, which isn't the right mesh anyway. So they're actually not tied to the right meshes. These are all going to hair base, which is not right. Zero mesh. Spine 3 transform hair base. They're all taking that. Okay, so if we go here, hair F, hair middle inside, oh, they're the meshes, hair middle inside. Okay, didn't like that. And it's crashed. I just love it when that happens. That's why I save and keep backups. How's everyone doing tonight? Or this morning? It's already open. Awesome. I've already restarted. Yeah, try and fix up this last character and see if I can get the hair working properly on this one. And I'll probably call it a night. I think it's 11 o'clock at night now. Okay. Here we go. Alrighty, we were in which scene was it in? That's the question. I think it may have been this guy's scene, I think. No, that's fine. Yes. Okay, so we're in the right scene. Okay, so they're all intact still. That's good, 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 good. Okay. Okay, so something's weird's happening with her hair. Body eyelashes, eyelashes. Okay, so the material is eyelashes.
Martin.
Yeah.
Those eye drops.
I think it's at work. Okay. And I'm back. Alright. So, where were we? We were trying to sort out the hair on this character. Isometric view, it's a bit easier to work with. Okay, so something's gone very odd with this hair. It's because it's getting it from FK, which is the female knight, which is not right. It should be getting it from Ghost Lady S2. After materials, characters, hairs, eyebrows. I think that's actually what it's supposed to be. Eyebrows. Ooh, that didn't spell it. Eyebrows. Okay, then we put that with the hair shader, or hair shader 2. There we go. That's better. Much better. Okay, so let's do the eyelashes. They are coming from eyebrows. Well, that's not right. They're actually eyelashes, so that should be there. Eyelashes. Ooh, that's not right. We want that one. Body eyelashes. FK. Okay, so it's again getting it from the female knight when it shouldn't be. It should be getting it from this one. The pink tells me that the shader's busted. And hair shader 2. There we go. That's better. Much better. Cool. So the problem at this point is the hair up here, which is this hair inside. Actually, at this point I'm going to check this in because I want to mess around. I don't want to break everything again. So let's check it back into source repository. Okay. Lady S2 updates. It's taken a while. Shortcut to RPG saved combat links. Why is that in there? Okay, let's put that to one side for the moment. Alright, so something's happening with this one here, hair middle inside. Which sort of does the hair on the sides of the head. And it mostly looks okay. Aha, but the model, the material's actually coming from FK, which is the wrong model. Come on, why is it taking so long? Alright, let's just go back to source control. Okay, refresh that. It's taking way too long. Ravens S2 Crusader. Okay, that's the scene. refresh. Revert unchanged. Submit. Come on. It's taken a while. Taking a long while. Why is it taking so long? Oh, I know what it might be. I think that's when my backups are running on the other box. So that might well be slowing it down a bit. Okay, well, I can keep working in the background. Alright, so it's this one here. So that's using FK body hair, which it shouldn't be. It should be using a material called MI hair. There we go. Solved. Problem solved. Okay. And looks like that can all work. And then the braided, that's the hair cap. And the busted, that's the busted one that will never work. MI hair. Get rid of that. And we want to do this one. That's fine. So that was the braided. So I'm going to duplicate that again. I'm going to make that the base, and that's going to always be there. This one's busted. I think that's just completely screwed. That one's not bad, and the braided actually should be something else. The mesh hair im. Yeah, I think we crashed last time I tried to change the mesh. Pelvis transform. Okay, so braided hair base is good. Braided base. Yeah, okay, so that's providing the base cover which you need to make it look full. Okay, so hair middle inside. Should be able to take that out without too much trouble. Yep. Hair middle outside. It's a bit weird. Yep. And back. Yep. Back outside. Yep. So all of that lot. Okay. With helmet. Okay, so it'll be with helmet or without. Okay, hair base. I would have thought that hair base would actually be in there with the head. It's always going to be there. And then this one will always be turned off. And then this one can go on and off. That's better. And then helmet, armor. Head slot. Put the helmet on, switch the hairs over, and we've got it underneath the helmet. Brilliant. Okay, bang, bang, bang. Alright, so I think that character's looking okay now. So what we want to do actually is look at the ends of the hair and see if this... Yeah, okay, so let's fix that issue with mostly... with them all being at the same length, like they've had a bit of a haircut. I think that's to do with this dither boost here. Yeah, see, it gets kind of fine in there. You can do an opacity boost as well. So if I just do opacity boost. I normally set that to the lowest possible value, like that. The trouble is I've lost the braided bit, so there should be a braided piece coming down here. Is that committed? Yes, it is. Good. Alright. So, I'm going to save again. And I'm going to recommit. And then I'm going to switch out that mesh and see if it crashes again. Okay, so save that. Whenever I do the dot commit, it's just my way of saying not much has changed. Okay, so we're looking for braided, that one, and hair M in. So these are all part of the same mesh. And my hair. I wonder what's going on with it. Root. Hair 4 root. It's very odd. So it's got no normal. Hair 0 normal. So I suppose it doesn't need normals if it's just hair. I don't know. So where's the braiding gone? Root. It's definitely using, I think it's Photoshop. It's definitely using hair 4. Okay, so this is the material in Photoshop, so obviously those are the different aspects of it. I don't really need to mess with that. What I do want to do, ambient occlusion. No ambient occlusion, died. Okay. Okay. Alright, so look at these eyes. Something's going on with these eyes. Alright, so I think we switched them. FK body eyes, that's not right. That's not right, it's not the right eyes. Should actually be materials for Ghost Lady. Eyes. Eyes. Okay, so that's the default ones that come with the model, which aren't too bad. But what I want to do is switch them out to a professional package called Eye Advanced. That's pretty cool. And I'm then going to pick these here. So that's actually not the right texture for that. Let's get rid of that one. We would go into textures. Okay. Get all that lot. Shadows on the iris like that. The sclera is like that. The Sclera texture is this diff. Iris 1 goes in there. And then we can bring down the iris size to something reasonable. Iris mask is it that one? No, I don't think it is. I think it's this one, cat. Is that right? Yeah, it's this one. Normal. Okay, and cornea. So then we've got the sclera texture. Sclera normal. No, we want the normal pupil. And then the iris normals. And then the sclera normal. Okay, so that should give a realistic eye. And if we do the pupil dilation, yeah. That's right. That's what it should be doing. Bright lights. Daytime, nighttime, daytime, nighttime, daytime, nighttime. Set that to 0.5. Iris size should be about 4. Then we can switch which colour eyes you should have. So brown. That's a very cool looking brown and blue looking thing. And we got green. Brown. Very blue. Sort of browny yellowy colour. Hazel, is that? I don't know. And we got another brown, which is a yellowy colour. And we got a yellowy blue, which is very cool. And what else we got? That's 10, number 11. Dark brown. 12. So pretty green. That's pretty cool. Actually, that might suit her quite well. 13, 14. Blind. And then we're into these ones, which do some weird stuff like cats. And you're not supposed to use these normals. You're supposed to use them like this, but anyway. So I'm actually thinking where's the blue and yellow one? Is it that one? Yeah, that's pretty cool. Very cool effect. Very, very cool effect. Pupil dilation is working nicely, which will actually be an automatic thing based on lighting, hopefully. Parallax effect has got the parallax. Sclera. That's right, we need the Sclera size to be fixed. So the Sclera size should be visible but not over much, so just enough to hint at the Sclera. Like that, and the Limbal Ring. Not really seeing much of that anyway. Specular is not doing very much. Smoothness is not doing very much. Reflections, fine. Shadow Sclera. We haven't really got a Shadow Sclera going. Shadow on the iris, not a great deal. Maybe 0.2. Alright, mouth, teeth. Okay, so that should be in the armature root, pelvis, foot, hand, pelvis, spine, spine, neck, and we probably want the neck at the top, breast root. Okay, head, face, and then we've got the eyes, so we should be able to go look up, look down, then we should have a mouth, be able to, okay, so something's gone a bit screwy with the mouth. Okay, so I think it's the blend shapes are not quite right. So I'm going to have to fix the mouth. You know, that's what I think it was last time. The mouth, the teeth thing is actually the wrong teeth. It's getting it from FK, so it's getting the teeth from a different model. So it shouldn't be FK, it should be, not the female knight, it should be Ghost Lady 2 teeth. better now. So if I open the mouth now, oh, holy crap! The shader is no good. Okay, so I think what I want to do is hide that. Take the teeth, normal, and we'll go with that one. And these are probably the wrong things here. FS2. No, it's not Fairy S2, it's actually Ghost Lady F2, so these are the wrong textures. So teeth, MI teeth, and textures, teeth, ambient occlusion, normal, mask, base color, and roughness. Okay. So for now, now go to the head, turn the head back on, back up to the mouth. That's better than it was. Still got a long way to go. So it's really up with that. I think it might be lip. Yes, it's going to need to be carefully animated, I think. So this just goes to show it's not always simple to do these things. Mouth, lip up. Out, lip out. Okay. Well, certainly all rigged in the right place. Alright, so let's just give that mouth one more go. Rotation. The jaw's not just rotation. There is going to be some movement in it when it's talking. I just want to make sure that the teeth look okay, which means I need to get rid of the face to be able to see what the teeth are doing. Okay, and rotate. The teeth kind of look okay. Okay, I think that could work. So that, yeah, that's how it should be. Okay. All right. FS2 body. Yeah. Well, that's got the wrong material on it for a start. So that actually should be Ghost Lady. Textures, characters, bodies, hairs. Okay. Where was I? Head, skin, MI, mu. This one. So finish with the armature. Okay, so this one here, check that out. Body hair 0, FS2, should be FS2. Base texture. So I don't think it's the right FS2 body hair. It shouldn't be that one. That's the wrong material. Hair. Hair base. Actually, that fixed it by the look of it. The problem I've been having for about an hour. Finally. So what was special about that then? It's T-hair BC, T-hair alpha. Yeah, okay. So in theory, hair base. Take the hair off. Hair base. Hair base busted. That's the same. Looks like it's the same anyway. Ah, one's got cloth attached. Okay, that's interesting. Which you probably shouldn't have. That's a duplicate. That's fine. Okay. Alright. Alrighty. Let's equip and just make sure all this is working. Okay, so upon equipping the helmet, which can have fur attached at the back, we want to turn off the hair, no helmet, because that goes through the helmet, and do that one instead. So that'll switch those. So that actually, the head slot, that should actually be a head swap. Okay. Hair with helmet, hair without helmet. Okay. Alright. Back add-ons doesn't exist. Neck add-ons doesn't exist. Shoulder add-ons. Okay, so shoulders with chest. So we move to the chest, we take off the bikini top, and we take off the top body, which would go there. So that's upper body skin with a bikini top. Body skin, upper body, arms, skin, bottom body, lower body, lower body, skin. Okay, bikini bottoms, bikini, underwear. Okay, take that off. Okay, so alright, so the bottom body, that should be lower body, skin 2, don't know what the difference is between those yet. Okay, bikini underwear, okay, which sort of pokes through, that's not right. Anyway, lower body skin. Okay, so that's waist skin. So it's actually not lower body skin, that's waist. Waist skin, lower body skin, bikini, waist, bikini top, waist skin, bikini, lower body skin. Okay, so now shoulder add-ons. If we're looking close, we can see shoulder leather, and then shoulder fur, but you can have the fur without the leather, and the leather without the fur. Okay. And then we've got the pauldrons, and includes the quarters on the elbows as well. Okay, chest swaps, which includes the shirt arms with the tabard on the chest. Okay, so that's that. And then an add-on on top of that, we can go with chainmail and a bevel on the front with a gorget on the back. Okay, no arm add-ons. The hands have hand plate vambrace gauntlets left and right, and we take the hands off when these to be inside a parent called hands. Upper body, bikini top, so it can be, let's put that in a parent, upper body, upper And then these two will be lower body. That should be in there as well. Okay. Lower body. That's actually legs. Lower body. Legs. Skin. Okay. So hands come out. Okay, so the belt, a waist add-on. We've got a belt, a belt by itself, and then we've got plate folds which have their own straps, and then we've got leg swaps, pants leather, which then turns off the lower legs there, and then we've got the feet, which switch out those feet. Cool. And I think that's it. And the weapons. Very cool. And obviously the tabard is starting to clip through. So I'm going to need some fix to that. Bikini underwear. We don't need the bikini underwear. We don't need the waist skin anymore. Which means you don't need the lower body, the upper body, you don't need that. Hair with helmet, yep. Which actually is looking weird again. Why is the hair looking weird again? FK body hair. Damn it. So the materials are wrong. Again. These ones. FK body hair. It's weird. Right, okay. MI hair. So we need the material hair. Okay, MI hair. My hair. FK body hair, my hair. Okay. I think some of that's fixed now. Yes, it's finer. Colour's a bit off, but it's finer hair. Okay, so then we turn that one on and this one off. And FK body hair should be hair. This one should be FK hair. Should be my hair. Back inside. My hair. Back inside. My hair. Okay. And these are looking in the right texture folder. Yes, good. It's dyed. Okay, so it's dyed. Right. Take the head swap off. Put that hair back. That's better. Much better. Okay. So, in theory, chest swaps. Tabard. Shirt tabard. Okay, so basically the tabard has to be there because you've got no skin unless we do the upper body, which then, yeah, okay. Alright, I think she's about as done as it's going to be at the moment. I wouldn't mind changing the colour of the hair a bit though. Dyed colour. Okay, so you can thin it out. 0.01. Oh, okay, so it's the colour. Okay, So she could be blonde at the top. Root colour. Sort of a flamey colour. That's pretty cool. Tips. Okay, I could maybe experiment with that. Okay. There's definitely some red dyed colour coming out there. Tip colour. Okay, so it's making a fair bit of difference there. Tip colour, it's really not the tip, it's the middle. Okay. Alright, so I think what we want to do is save that and then change the lighting. Directional light. Actually, I want that directional light position to be the same as her head, which means copying that component, go there, and pasting the values there, and then it's down on the floor, so move that up. Okay, so that's directly above, I think. Or pointing forwards, so I should now be able to scoot that around. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad now. The feathers look pretty cool. Okay. And damn it. Directional light. That looks pretty cool. Cool. Alright. So another 2 characters down. Alright, so we've got the male assassin, we've got the horse fixed up. We've got the female assassin, we've got the female mage. That looks okay. Although she's elven, which I didn't want. Male Crusader. And we've got the female knight, and then these 2 dudes as well. Okay, cool. I think, is it this guy? I think we figured out why that guy's eyes weren't working properly, but anyway, that's fine. And then this guy's eyes were a bit odd. I think they were okay now. Female knight. Hers look okay. Crusader. His eyes look okay. Female mage. Okay. Ah, yes, this is the one. The eyes were going a bit odd with this, and I think it's because I had the wrong mask in there. Right, so it could be the fact that the eyes aren't very round. They're very 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 decadron? Dodecahedron? I don't know what they are. They're not completely round. Okay, so we've got the Sclera. Need to check that out. We've got the Sclera. FS2. Yes, this is FS2. Eyes tier. And that tier thing was not quite right. FS2, body eyes tier. Body eyes tier. Yes, that is the right material. Is it the right body eyes? Flakes. Dawn cube map. The alpha died. And I think that's right. It just doesn't look right. Was it the shader? No, the shader's not making much difference. No. I just think it's not quite right. FS2. Oh, hang on. Aha! It's picking up the alphas from the wrong model. Should be this one's eyes alpha. Is that right? That's not quite right either. Alpha 0. That's better. That's better. I'm not sure you can see it anyway, but that's how it should be. Okay, so the eyes themselves, something's not quite right here. Mask normal, eyeball mask, cornea, mask normal. Yeah. I think the mask cat, mask normal. Cat. Iris cat. Okay, so that's how you get cat eyes. We don't want cat eyes. We want normal eyes and normal mask. Cornea, normal map. Well, the pupil is the iris. And that's the iris. That's the iris one. The pupil is cornea, and then the sclera is the eye normal. I think that's right now. And then dilate the pupils and it should look okay. Yep, that's better. Much, much better. Which has this sort of it's got a crappy texture on it, a crappy geometry, but it does work from the front. 0.5. Okay. And what colour? I reckon. Just a little bit too much. Yeah, that's cool. Green. Okay. This hair doesn't look quite right. Body mesh eyelashes. Looks too heavy. I think it is going in the right direction though. FS2 body eyelashes. That's not eyelashes. That's not eyelashes. That's eyebrows. Right. Let's coming from the right model. FS2 body eyelashes. It's not eyelashes. Definitely not right. Well, the eyelashes are definitely correct because they look okay. Roughness. That actually should be hair shader. 2. No. Okay. Okay. GLS. That's not right. That's not right. That should be FS. FS textures. Alpha. Still not quite right. Eyelashes alpha. That's better. That actually does look a little bit better. I've got a bit more control over them too. Alright, so set that to 0.01. Now we can do the boost as to how full they are. Roughness, make them shiny. And the root, eyelash, root, GLS. Is that right? Ghost Lady. No. It should be FS. Ghost Lady. Okay, so root. Hair, root. Okay, that's just that one. Texture, noise, hair, base color. Base color. Dye mask. Dye mask. ID. ID. And is dyed. Okay. Well, we're not dyeing the eyelashes, that's fine. Okay, so then these are the same. Okay. It's not quite as good as the other ones, and I've got to get rid of the elven ears somehow. I'll have to take that into Blender and jimmy about with that, I think, but it's better than it was. And certainly the eyes are working properly now. Okay, so that's that one. And then this one, female assassin. Have a look at these one's eyes. Get rid of the hood. Ooh. Hair outside hood. That's still, yeah, okay, so this definitely was messing up. Eye shader, check out. Okay. Eyeball normal map, cornea. Pupil. Cat, it's not the cat. It's that one. Okay, 0.65, that's better. 0.4. Okay, iris mask. Iris mask is normal. That's a mask. Iris mask. Okay, yep. Cornea is the pupil. And eye normal is the mask normal. Eye normal. Eye normal. Pupil. Iris. Pupil. Normal. Sclera. Normal. Is that right? It's very hard to tell. Okay, shadow iris. Let's see the shadow happening on the iris. Set that to low value. Shadow on the sclera. Yep. 0.2. Okay, I think we need more sclera. Just a little bit more, not that much. One. No. Okay. I like to give it different eyes. Actually, that's pretty cool. Okay, now turn the hair back on. Outside hood. And looks okay apart from that. Hair out back. Hair out front. Okay, that's going to be turned off. Hair out the front, hair out the back. There we go. Okay, that makes sense. Hair outside the hood. Cool. It's a little bit weird with this, the way it's chopped off there, but I think I can fix that with this dither boost thing. Thin it out a bit more, like that. Turn that on. Turn the hood off. Where's the rest of the hair gone? There it is. Okay. Okay, that's not too bad. Cloak. Yeah. Still got a fair bit of work to do with him. Eyes are a little bit odd. What's going on with his eyes? Eyes. Raven's this one. Iris 7, okay. Cat, that's not right. That should be mouse normal. Pupil iris, normal map. Eye normal. Pupil normal. Mouse normal. Whoa, one's different than the other. That's not good. Iris. Okay, so we've got the iris texture. Okay, we've got the Sclera texture. Iris normal map. Yes, we did a normal map for that one. That's not a normal, that's a mask. Normal, so that needs to be Sclera, that's better. And then the cornea. Cornea is the pupil, I think. Pupil dilation, yep. Iris size. Okay. And the beard. Customization. Beard. There he is. Alright. Cool. Beard. Mask. Alright. So he's pretty much done. She's pretty much done. Working well. Ah, yes, this thing here. That doesn't look right. That is looking at the wrong tier shape. So that's what is she? She is Ghost Lady. No, she's Ravens. assassin. No, she's the Crusader. Which one is it? Ghost Lady. MI. Ghost Lady S2. Okay, so this should be materials. Materials character. Eyelashes. Eyes tier. There we go. That's better. Much better. Okay. It's slightly darkened around the bottom of the eyes. It's like a shadow. Distortion. Okay. The little things help. Okay, the eyelashes I think are okay. Ghost Lady 2, eyelashes. Textures are coming from Ghost Lady 2. Textures, cool. Alright. And we can actually change the tattoos. I don't know if they've got tattoos on this one. We can put a tattoo mask on. Dirt. And normals. And also screen space reflections. Color power and lip nail color. Okay. Roughness, the shininess of the lips, the freckles. Okay. Freckles color just does not look right. Freckles color should probably be like that. Hair cap colour. Ah, okay. Hair cap roughness. Okay, so it looks like you can actually colour the scalp so that the hair doesn't show empty scalp. That's handy to know. Okay, emissions. Screen space. Okay, subsurface scattering, that should actually be. Alright, I think that's good. I think it's about as much as we can do at the moment. Very shiny. Okay, cool. I think I'm done. It's now midnight. If anyone's still on the chat, thanks for watching. And I will probably see you next time. I'm streaming again tomorrow, so do a bit more work on some more characters if you want to join me. Okay, it's just final commit. Cool. All right. Well, thanks folks. Thanks for joining. Good night.